midnight tonight, strict limits will be put in place on personal gatherings and no organized gatherings will be allowed. The province is also shutting down gyms and indoor dining at restaurants and schools.
Let's focus on our own government. What the fuck is going on there before we start sending our fucking military into Russia? Stop it.
To slow things down, but it does not seem to be losing steam here, even though we all want to be done with this. COVID is not done with us, and we have to deal with that reality.
In Quebec, new rules went into effect today for government-owned liquor and cannabis stores. Anyone who wants to enter must show proof of vaccination. Quebec's health minister says province-wide restrictions won't be relaxed until the hospital situation is under control. And some changes coming to restrictions in BC. Starting Thursday, gyms can reopen with COVID safety plans in place. Other measures, including the closure of bars and nightclubs, will remain in place for now. Well, the cleanup continues after a winter storm slammed parts of Ontario and Quebec. In Toronto, it could take all week. More than 50 centimeters fell in some places, forcing the closure of major roads, stranding people on highways for hours, and delaying back-to-school plans for some students yet again. Jeff Semple has more on the winter blast and the deep dig-out.
People across parts of Ontario and Quebec woke up to this. The calm after the storm. By Tuesday afternoon, some were still stuck, but things looked significantly better than just 24 hours earlier.
From Windsor right up to Ottawa and up to Timmins, the province was absolutely punished by this incredible snowfall.
I'm sorry, those are not news.
Yellow is tonight's outside. We according to the Beatles, all you need is love. It's a fact.
New boots, new job, new and really thick skin. Because brace yourselves, American virologist Angie Rasmussen has new fan mail.
You are so addicted to people respecting you. I have to wonder, how empty is the rest of your life? Self-righteous, pompous, arrogant.
In a rare display of cooperation between two superpowers currently at odds. In a rare display of cooperation between two superpowers currently at odds, Russian authorities, they've taken down a notorious ransomware crime group at the request of the United States. Here's RT's Alex Mihailovich.
It is not a secret that tensions are high between the United States and Russia, but when it comes to fighting crime, the two countries have shown that they can still work together. This past Friday, that was made clear when, at the U.S.'s request, Russian authorities dismantled a notorious ransomware crime group known as REvil. REvil is accused of spreading computer viruses and extorting money from businesses. The footage seen here is from Russia's FSB Domestic Intelligence Service, and it shows the takedown of REvil members in an operation that ultimately seized an equivalent of $600,000 worth of rubles, computer equipment, and 20 luxury cars. In all, 25 addresses were searched in the multi-region sting operation, which was conducted by the FSB and local authorities. According to the FSB, the investigative measures were based on a request from the United States. The Organized Criminal Association has ceased to exist, and the information infrastructure used for criminal purposes was neutralized. REvil members have been charged and could face up to 7 years in prison. This past November, the U.S. offered a reward of up to $10 million for information leading to the identification or location of anyone holding a key position in the ransomware crime group. High-profile companies such as Apple and the world's biggest meatpacking company, JBS SA, have been targeted by REvil. The FSB says the notice it received from American authorities spoke about the leader of the criminal organization and his involvement in attacks on the information resources of foreign technology companies by planting harmful programs, encrypting information, and demanding money for its de-encryption. Last July, Russian President Vladimir Putin said that Russia is ready and willing to work with Washington to target cybercrime and hacker rings. According to him, special data sharing channels already exist between officials in both nations.
I'd assume
While the
so.
recent operations show that the U.S. and Russia can work together even in times of disagreements, it also sends a message that ransomware criminal activity will not be tolerated on Russian soil. For News on RT America, I'm Alex Mihailovich.
Colorado is continuing the cleanup work from the major winter storm we experienced yesterday. Work is ongoing 24 hours.
But first, it might be straight out of the old game show, The Price is Right, but it could actually work. Today, the Prime Minister opened another of our gates to the world by encouraging foreign students and backpackers to come on down. The government.
A last-minute delay coming.
How lucky can one guy be? I kissed her and she kissed me. Like the fella once said, ain't that a kick?
A last-minute delay coming just a day before the planned rollout of 5G technology in the U.S. After major American airlines warned it could cause major travel disruptions. Both AT&T and Verizon now postponing their new wireless service near some airports, while other towers will be deployed as scheduled on Wednesday. In a letter sent to American aviation authorities that was first obtained by Reuters, the 10 biggest U.S. airlines said earlier this week the new C-band 5G service could potentially strand tens of thousands of Americans overseas and cause chaos for U.S. flights, with an estimated 1,000 flight disruptions a day over possible interference with sensitive equipment, like systems pilots use to land in low visibility conditions.
We certainly understand what's at stake for both industries.
The White House said to be active in talks involving the creation of buffers at key airports after the top U.S. airlines asked the Biden administration to intervene.
Certainly, minimizing flight disruptions, ensuring safety in travel is a top priority.
Tuesday's pause from the phone companies is just the latest of several delays stemming from aviation concerns, even though the telecommunications industry says the fears are unfounded and that other countries haven't experienced problems with 5G, a technology that delivers faster internet and better connectivity. Now here in Canada, back in October, the Toronto Star reported on the federal government's planned restrictions on 5G service near most major airports over concerns about possible interference with some aviation navigation tools. Back to the U.S., President Joe Biden thanking Verizon and AT&T Tuesday and saying work continues to reach a permanent, workable solution around these key airports. Melissa Duggan, City News.
Radio
Altimeters are a key tool for pilots landing in bad weather, measuring distance to the runway. But their use in the sky is threatened by the introduction of new wireless 5G technology on the ground.
So you're going to have interference with a variety of airborne interests. Aviation is not the kind of industry where you try things and you see if they work.
For months, airlines, aircraft manufacturers, and the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration have warned 5G radio frequencies could interfere with critical aircraft instruments. That could lead to faulty readings, missed landings, or worse, a crash.
5G is now the biggest issue facing the airline industry. It's remarkable to say in a world where we're still in COVID.
With U.S. wireless companies set to flip the switch and turn on 5G at midnight, the FAA ordered airlines to stop using altimeters at more than 80 U.S. airports, risking thousands of disrupted flights. Several overseas carriers have canceled service to the U.S. Late Tuesday, major U.S. telecom companies caved, agreeing to delay activating a small number of 5G towers near airports, though they insist there's no risk of interference.
5G just adds a much larger, a more random, and frankly more disruptive layer of unreliability to what should be safe and reliable commercial service.
There's enough concern that Canadian officials have also taken notice. They've established exclusion zones around 26 airports. 5G antennas will not be allowed, or they'll have to operate at lower power until more is known about the risks. Though 5G has successfully rolled out in nearly 40 countries, the U.S. has taken fewer precautions to protect the aviation industry. At a time when airlines are reeling from staffing shortages and weather delays, they warn without a long-term strategy, the introduction of high-speed wireless services risks slowing air travel for millions. Jackson Prosco, Global News, Arlington, Virginia.
So this is Balto. It's a pretty simple concept that solves a frustratingly challenging problem. How do I, at scale, consistently get my agents, my reps, to say the best things at the most opportunistic times? And how do I do that consistently? How can I be agile in doing that? And how can I be able to scale and do that? While Russia did not.
Like my recommended, my recent update went to my recommended.
What we have done proudly is provided our friends in Ukraine thousands of defensive light anti-armor missile systems, which started to be delivered from the beginning of this week. That's testimony to my boss, Ben Wallace, who has been pushing for this and has delivered. We here in the MOD are great friends with the Ukrainians. And if you indulge it, and I'm sorry if I'm running out of time, my real concern is that Putin is told by his inner circle that somehow the Russians are going to be welcomed into Ukraine and that this can all be quick and bloodless. It won't be. I was in Kiev last week and there is a steely determination in the eyes of every Ukrainian that I met, both in their military defense and in their military headquarters. What we stand on the brink of is an incredibly bloody war in which tens of thousands of people will die. And that is why everybody in the West needs to be focused on a dialogue with Russia that de-escalates. We must be clear with Russia what the penalties will be, both militarily from Ukraine and in terms of sanctions and the program of the international community. And at this 11th hour, we need to avoid what could be the most bloody war that we have seen in generations. What we have done,
Hello there, I'm Eamon.
And I'm Isabel.
And you're watching the GB News digital stream across the United Kingdom.
And around the world.
If you're here in the UK, you can also watch us on your TV screen. GB News is Freeview Channel 236.
On Sky, we're channel 515.
626 on Virgin Media.
Just remember, you might need to retune your TV to watch the channel.
And if you are doing that, find out more about retuning by going to gbnews.uk. Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Every day. I think I've done all that I wanted to do. As long as I can be helpful and keep going. That's the main thing. My name is Clifford, call me Cliff Crozier, and I was born on 6th of September 1915. Makes me now 101. I'm in Birkenhead, in the Whittle, Cheshire. Apart from the war and the time I was at college, I've been all there all my life. I've been retired now for 38 years. It always pleases me, though, that they keep robbing the government, really, with the pension. It's just that you keep going. It's only a number. 101 is only a number. And you live for the day. A spot of whiskey occasionally helps, although it's not on the national health. I have so many fond memories. Sometimes sit down in my chair and I think back, and I try to sort of reorganize this story about these people that I have got in my mind. And mix them up together first and then pair them up. And I think that there are quite a few people out there that would be very, very happy to be together because they are such lovely people that they are. Emilia Teresa Harper. Teresa. It's Teresa because it's Czechoslovakian. 103, my goodness me. 3 is my lucky number. I have always been lucky. I've never been unlucky, touch wood. There's wood underneath there. I was in Czechoslovakia when I was a young girl, and I was living with my grandparents because my father was a prisoner of war. We came over to England to be with our father when he was released from the war. Everything makes me happy. I love talking to people. I like doing things. I like going out shopping. Once I go out shopping, I don't want to come back. I don't think there is anything that I really need to do because I've done practically everything that I ever wanted to do in the past. I've got beautiful memories, you know. I can live happily forever after because of my lovely memories.
Do you know Sri Lanka? I climbed up the tower there, Sri Gura, which is 600 feet up to the top. I've always been fond of the water, and I did a lot of yachting when I was young as well. Another part of my misspent youth. My name is John Denham. I'm 102 and a half. I was born at an early age before World War I in Denton, Manchester. I've had a relatively easy life, even with the RAF, 5 years of war. It was an adventure more than a penalty, even amongst the bombs. And I wasted a lot of time, my childhood, entertainment, that sort of thing.
Stop doing.
Foreign Affairs Minister made any.
And welcome to Run Club the Bailey. My name.
When dehydration is a risk, choose Pedialyte for fast, effective rehydration. Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse. Facebook, Meta, outrage. Well, for Facebook, will Meta make everything better? This is a crazy idea that you're going to give your life to some sort of augmented or virtual reality. Let's talk about the metaverse because, I'm really fascinated by this decision of Facebook to change the name of Facebook to Meta and to the metaverse, which I think people are just they're gonna realize that this is a crazy idea that you're gonna give your life to some sort of augmented or virtual reality world that's created by a guy who's involved in this company whose algorithms are sowing the seeds of distrust and hate. But now we let him take over what you see and feel because you're going to have a new company. And this new company is going to be virtually reality based, where he's literally, he reenacted a scene from Black Mirror.
Yeah. Well,
which is unironically.
I know. And you know what makes me a little sad? I think that it's going to happen.
You think it's going to happen?
Yeah, I think that you and I are of a different generation, dude. I think there are a lot of kids who are growing up in Fortnite world and spend a lot, and I think the pandemic really accelerated this. There are a lot of people who lived online for the entire pandemic, and so for people like me and for people like my parents, not seeing other humans for a long time was actually quite painful and terrible. Like, we actually did want to get out, be with the community, and see friends and do that sort of stuff. What if you spend your entire life from the time you're a little kid interacting with screens? What if those screens are getting increasingly sophisticated so that they are interacting with you in ways that humans would? What if you get to be whatever, like, we're a society, we were just talking about this, where you get to be whatever you want to be? What if there's a world where you actually can be and everybody sees you the way you want to be seen? Would you rather live there where you're like rich and good looking and everybody likes you, or would you rather live in the real world where you're disconnected from all of that and you end up with like Ready Player One world? I think
it's going to happen. It's as long as it can become indistinguishable from reality, which it will be able to be. It's going to take time, whether it's 5 years or 10 years. If you go back and look at Pong, which was the first game that I ever saw when I was a child, it's ridiculous. It's like a white ball that bounces across, and you have a straight line. It's a paddle, and it's the dumbest game. You could never convince a child to play today. They'd be like, "Get out of here with that stupid game." I can go play Halo, right? But back then, when I was a child, that was a big deal. If you extrapolate, if you could just go in the future from now, what they have available now with these insane video graphics, the Unreal Engine, and then move yourself 20 years in the future, it's going to be indistinguishable.
And the AI is getting better and better in terms of being able to imitate human behavior, in terms of being able to innovate on its own.
And haptic feedback suits and all these different things, and all these video games that they have that emulate sports, they're getting so close. When you watch these basketball games, and the UFC has a game, when you watch these the players, the fighters move around, like, God, it's so close. It's not quite there, but they're getting better and better with each iteration, and it's just a matter of time.
And what I wonder is if we are innovating ourselves, when it comes to this stuff, if we're innovating ourselves out of existence as a civilization.
But don't you think that's probably where this goes, no matter what?
No, I think that the barbarians come to the gate. I think that's what happens.
Really?
Because the real world still exists. So if you innovate an entire generation of people, and let's just take this on the most baseline demographic level, none of them get married, none of them have babies. In 2 generations, the same kind of matter. You're going to have a good time in the virtual reality, and then there are going to be no babies here in the sun, and the only people on Earth are going to be religious Jews, religious Catholics, and religious Muslims, and that's it.
The vulnerability lies in the power grid.
because the power grid is so vulnerable that if someone just detonated the power grid, all this stuff stops, and then you have no life. Your life is completely, you've invested it completely in this augmented world, this virtual world. But this virtual world, all you have to do is pull the plug, and it's out. It's out for millions of people. It's like the equivalent of dropping a nuclear bomb on a culture. Like if you really all live inside of a computer system, some sort of
VR, it's virtual reality. Yeah, no, that's right. And what I fear is that when you do that to a civilization, it's basically the equivalent of you bring in a wild animal and you put it in a cage for a long time, and then you can't release it back in the wild, or it's going to get eaten. What happens to you as a civilization? Right? What happens if you take an entire generation of people, told them that their entire life exists online, they don't have to interact with other humans, they don't have to interact in human ways with other humans, and then there's like an entire other Earth out there that isn't doing any of this. Right? China, by the way, China's not doing this. Right? China's banning it.
Yeah.
China's banning it. China's saying you're not allowed to go online certain days per week if you're a kid. Right? We're going to ban the kind of stuff that you can see. So in the long run, which civilization is going to be more durable? The one that actually understands the vulnerabilities of human nature, or the one that says we're going to use those vulnerabilities to make you feel subjectively happier? I think I'm amazed at the level of conditioning. Like, here's what killed me about the pandemic, honestly. Like, what killed me? The level of conditioning that it took in order to rejigger how people think was so low. It shocked the hell out of me. It really shocked me. I was talking about business partner Jeremy Boring about this, and early on in the pandemic, he was super pissed for this. When they shut everything down, it's like 3 months from now, people are going to be losing their minds. They're going to be out on the streets protesting to get rid of their masks, and they're going to be out at ball games again. I was like, that's not right. I think it'll take a year. We're like a year and a half in, and half the country's still like, oh, what if this just continues? Like, all right, I guess. Like, the amount of dependency that was bred by people saying, just go back to your house. And people be like, human beings are really adaptable. And it's something that Brett Weinstein and Heather Heiden talk about, right? It's our superpower. We're super duper adaptable.
Yeah.
So we're super adaptable.
To our own detriment.
Sometimes to our own detriment. So if we change our social circumstances radically in a way.
In this open, virtual world, reality can be shaped in any way.
It's unhealthy for us, and we are now interacting with technologies that were built to take advantage of our lizard brain.
Yeah.
Then what happens when there are people who are just not engaging in the same game? They're not playing the same game that we are. Right? We're essentially drugging ourselves. Robert Nozick is the libertarian philosopher. He talks at one point about what he calls the experience machine. It's the thought experiment. And the experience machine is basically VR. He's writing this in the early 1960s. He says, what if there was a machine where you could plug into it, you'd feel the illusion of choice, you'd feel as though your choices had some sort of significance, and it would give you the dopamine hit that you get in regular life. Would you plug into it or would you not?
Right.
And his theory was you wouldn't plug into it because you still want to feel like your life has real world consequences. But what if everybody you know is in that experience machine? Then you're the one who gets left out. You're not in the experience machine.
What is real world? I mean, that's what the problem is. That analogy was created before the sophistication of computer systems has reached the point now where you can look at it 20 years from now and you kind of get an understanding of where it's going to be. When you're dealing with what's possible now, I don't think you're going to be able to stop people from doing it because I think it's going to be so overwhelmingly addictive. You look at how many people are just addicted to looking at their Instagram.
Yep.
It's so simple.
Yeah.
It's nothing. I mean, it's nothing. The dopamine hit you get off this little phone, it's minimal. But people are completely all in on it.
Yep. And I think that what that's going to look. I do wonder if there's going to be, and I wonder what you think about this, if there's going to be a bifurcation in the same way there's been a bifurcation about so many issues between the people at the top of sort of the elite spectrum and the rest of the population, where the people at the elite spectrum are making the metaverse, but their kids aren't actually in the metaverse.
Right. Like Steve Jobs didn't let his kid use an iPad.
Exactly. Like I'm on the internet. My kids are 7, 5, and 1. They're not allowed to. We don't have the TV on in our house. My kids don't watch TV. My kids don't get internet access until like 18. Like that is not a thing I want.
18?
They can be at my house and they can get internet.
They're going to do drugs. They're going to be in the street. They're going to turn tricks.
Well,
it's going to be a real problem. It's going to be a problem.
That's a pretty wild ride you took me on there, Joe. That's really upsetting.
That's what I do.
Yeah, that was. We went straight from my kids aren't watching Coco Melon to they're turning tricks in the streets.
Turning tricks.
Florida.
It sounds so cute for what it actually is.
Yeah.
You know, it's a terrible thing. But it sounds like cute. Oh, they're turning tricks. Like if you didn't understand English, you're like, oh, they're magicians. You know, like no.
Of a sort.
Of a sort.
But yeah, no, I mean, we're going to limit, but I think that's one of the stories. If we're talking about the elite kind of versus everybody else gap,
maybe
everything that
if
gets
they're
created
that
is
concerned about their children.
But you see that thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like people promulgating technologies and value systems they don't actually live in.
Right.
And then everybody who is watching is like, I will do that.
Right.
And then those people themselves don't do it.
I certainly hope that this doesn't lead to people being turned away from healthcare.
Ontario health card renewals were extended over the past 2 years due to the pandemic, but over the holidays, Service Ontario letters went out saying it's time to renew them and you must hold a non-expired card by February 28th. Now, for those who have a valid driver's license with their current address on the back, online renewal is possible. Everyone else must do so in person.
And maybe this isn't the best time to be doing this kind of thing. We're still dealing with the Omicron wave.
Health justice activist Dr. Nahid Dosani says it's impractical to expect people to show up in person to remove health cards from town.
Today,
Oh my god. Come on now.
Learn about health data at infoa.ca/digital health learning.
Today, China came out and said that the first Omicron case in Beijing came from a letter that started in Canada. The health minister got asked about that today. He said it was, quote, an extraordinary view. What's your thought on that? Do you believe the Chinese?
I heard that story and found it quite comical. Obviously, we're very concerned with variants in the pandemic and variants that have come from outside of Canada, but that we have to deal with here. Stories like this remind us that from the beginning of the pandemic, some of the news and reporting out of China could not be trusted.
Well, the opinion that matters most has to be based on information and on expertise. So that's why I will, and we will all want to defer to the views of experts on that. And I will ask my own experts within Public Health Agency of Canada to look at that.
So you're not ruling out the possibility that a piece of Canadian mail introduced the Omicron variant to China?
Well, I find this to be an extraordinary view, but again, I am not an expert, a doctor or a biologist, and I will ask the right people to provide and to produce the right advice and the right views.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Marika Walsh. I'll be moderating press conference this afternoon. We have with us today Jean-Yves Duclos, Minister of Health, in the press conference room in Ottawa, and virtually we are joined by Procurement Minister Philomena Tassi. We'll take opening statements from the ministers and then turn to the room and the phone line for questions, and we have a total of 60 minutes for this press conference. Over to you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Marieke. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to be here today in the virtual company of my colleague, Minister Philomena Tassi, to provide an update on the latest developments in our fight against COVID-19. On Friday, Dr. Tam and Dr. New presented the latest COVID-19 modeling data. The trend is clear. We can expect Omicron cases to continue to surge at very high levels while monitoring for a potential peak in the coming weeks. Though the individual risk of hospitalization is lower for Omicron, the sheer volume of cases will likely see further increases in hospital admissions. These forecasts underscore that we must continue to exercise prudence in order to limit the coming surge. We all know what to do. A, keep physical distanciation. B, wear a mask. C, stay prudent and limit in-person contact. And most importantly, D, continue to speed up our vaccination campaign. This is the best way to support our frontline workers, our healthcare system, and help maintain the critical functions of society, our society, during this time. Vendredi, les docteurs Tam et New ont présenté leur dernière donnée de modélisation de la COVID-19. La tendance est malheureusement claire. Nous pouvons nous attendre à ce que les cas Omicron continuent d'augmenter à un niveau élevé pour atteindre un pic potentiel au cours des prochaines semaines. Bien que les risques individuels d'hospitalisation soient plus faibles pour Omicron, le volume élevé de cas augmentera nécessairement les admissions à l'hôpital. Ces prévisions indiquent ainsi que nous devons continuer à faire preuve de prudence pour limiter les impacts de la vague actuelle. Nous savons toutefois ce qu'il faut faire. 1. Maintenir une saine distanciation physique. 2. Porter un masque. 3. Rester prudent et limiter les contacts en personne. Et 4. Continuer à accélérer notre campagne de vaccination. C'est la meilleure façon de soutenir nos travailleurs de première ligne, protéger notre système de soins de santé et aider à maintenir les opérations essentielles de notre société pendant cette période. As mentioned in the past, although we are going through the worst phase of this pandemic in terms of cases and hospitalizations, January 2022 is not March 2020. We have plenty of tools and knowledge that we didn't possess back in March 2020. Public health measures, personal protective equipment, tests, and most importantly, vaccines are all essential tools in our toolbox in our fight against COVID-19. As of today, we are adding a new tool in our pandemic toolkit. As you know, this morning, Health Canada authorized Pfizer's treatment, antiviral treatment, Paxlovid. This prescription drug, which can be taken at home, will be used to treat adults with mild to moderate symptoms who are at high risk of progressing to serious illness. This is welcome news that we hope will help save lives, reduce illness, and lessen the burden on our healthcare systems and healthcare workers. En plus des outils que nous avons déjà, telles que les mesures de santé publique, le port du masque, les tests rapides et les vaccins. Aujourd'hui, nous ajoutons un nouvel outil dans notre arsenal visant à lutter contre la COVID-19. En effet, ce matin, Santé Canada a autorisé le traitement antiviral Paxlovid de Pfizer. Ce médicament sur ordonnance qui peut être pris à la maison sera utilisé pour traiter les adultes atteints de symptômes légers à modérés qui présentent un risque élevé d'évolution vers une maladie grave. Il s'agit d'une bonne nouvelle qui, nous l'espérons, contribuera à sauver des vies, à réduire la maladie et à alléger le fardeau porté par les travailleurs de la santé. I want to take a moment to thank, on behalf of all Canadians, all healthcare workers who continue to work tirelessly during this extraordinary time. You are Canada's heroes. And to all Canadians, I encourage you to express your gratitude to healthcare workers by following public health advice and getting vaccinated, whether it be your first, your second, or your booster dose. Let's speak here.
Makes you feel better. Let your medicine and practice your religion. Get high. Yeah, he actually cleaned that underneath the machine. Okay. Let this one stop. Oh. Yeah. What? Virgin Heart, likely COVID. But they think you should be scared. Hmm. What is this? Fuck that. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, wait. Okay, first, foremost, somebody I give a shit on. Hmm. But I can't help it. It's just in my nature to be late. I also have a broken hand, which makes typing very difficult. I try to use the talk to text button, but it always comes out sounding like I'm drunk. Uh, 21. I was, for the most part, a hobo, and that was fun. On the topic of Lego, I would much prefer to never have to talk about Lego again. Ever again. Because that's all me and my nephew do, is Lego all the time, everywhere, forever. Uh, It took me a week to master skiing, so I never have to do it again because it's an elitist sport. I'm basically the equivalent of an 80-year-old man that is into conspiracy theories. And that is the extent of the report on Maxon. Okay, that's one done. Yay. I kill you. Mm. Yeah, it's Browns for it. Fucking. This is so fucking annoying. Like, why? There we go. I don't think that's supposed to happen. Mhm. Oh, God. Mm. Oh, mm. Oh, alright. This is stupid. Fucking hold my shit. Fucking list it. Bullshit. Okay. That's actually great. Fuck. You piece of shit. Oh, I fucked in half. Fuck. Fucker. Okay.
With 10 doses per treatment, 5 days. Is indeed 5 days, and the treatments just need to start no later than 5 days after the first symptoms have been.
Is there another question on the phone line? Okay, Minister, if there are no more questions on the phone line, I'll actually also ask you a question just on the vaccine mandate for truck drivers. Could you clarify what the government is doing to monitor supply chains and whether it's leading to shortages and how the government will respond to that?
Thank you. I'll do that briefly. First, I think people are asking why we do that. Now, we do that because the best economic policy in the current context is a health policy that makes sure that everyone is protected from COVID-19, and the best protection is vaccination. We also know that this has been known for some time. Since November, all truckers and all trucking companies know that this is coming right now, and soon there will be perfect symmetry with the United States, because we both agree on both sides of the border that, again, protecting the health and safety of workers is also protecting the businesses that hire those workers and also protecting the supply chains. Now, as we have prepared for that, and as we keep monitoring the outcome of this important policy, my colleagues, Minister Alcabra, Minister Tassi, obviously Minister Ng, others in the government, Minister Seamus, who is responsible, the Labor Minister, therefore with a direct and important relationship with federally regulated businesses, including the trucking industry. Now, we've been working very hard with them, and successfully with them, because the vast majority of truckers have made the right choice. They have had a vaccine. So we are procuring the level of support and supporting the level of engagement that the industry needs and deserves. And we'll do this for as long as COVID-19 is there.
Okay, thank you. It's my understanding we still have the phone line, so I'll ask again if there are questions on the phone.
Yes, thank you. Merci. Sorry for the inconvenience. De nouveau, pour poser une question, faites étoile 1 sur votre appareil. Once again, please press *1 on the device's keypad if you have a question. La prochaine question est de Boris Proulx, de voir. À vous la parole. J'aimerais savoir, M. Duclos, comment vous vous sentez par rapport au fait qu'on caractérise les non-vaccinés comme des personnes vulnérables, donc qui pourraient être privilégiés et avoir accès à ce médicament en premier?
Mais ils sont effectivement vulnérables, comme d'autres le sont vulnérables par leur
Good morning, Internet. Today I'm coming to you from
Hands to touch. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints over a drink. We have a civilized conversation with someone.
What can we expect to unfold in these crucial hours leading up to Prime Minister's questions?
Well, quite strongly, isn't it? Tom, taking them on.
Surely.
Hershey's Cookies and Cream. The sweetest collab ever.
The major problem with the Omicron wave is our vaccine aren't as effective at preventing infection.
You need a negative test to return on a plane, but you can go to the bar as soon as you land without one. As Omicron continues to spread faster than any other variant so far, there are still a variety of rules in place. But some industries are now questioning just how effective these rules really are, especially as they continue to negatively impact them. On Monday, WestJet, Air Canada, and the Toronto Pearson Airport called for the end of testing upon arrival. They say Canada's limited testing resources could be better used in schools, hospitals, and long-term care homes. Dr. Dan Gregson sees the practicality in this suggestion.
If you're trying to prevent transmission from people bringing into the country, even testing on arrival doesn't pick up 100%.
In an open letter, the airline companies said in part over 123 PCR tests were conducted last week at Canada's airports with an average positivity rate of 3%. Meanwhile, the positivity rate in our communities is now approximately 30% and could be higher due to the underreporting of positivity from a lack of tests. Another example, only vaccinated people are allowed into public spaces like restaurants, but the virus is still spreading despite vaccination. Alberta restaurants in the restriction exemption program must stop alcohol service at 11 p.m. and close by 12:30. The Alberta Hospitality Association released a statement arguing these restrictions are not based on any presented science or data and single out and target the industry, costing jobs, income, and there's no further financial help from the government.
We 100% effective in terms of reducing community spread. We do what they're doing in Ontario and Quebec to shut everything down.
The federal government also holding strong on requiring truckers to be vaccinated, despite calls that this could further hinder our food supply chain. Dr. Gregson says the new challenge in this wave is that vaccination is not preventing transmission like it used to, though it is still working to keep hospitalization and ICU rates low. In Calgary, Taylor Broad, City News.
Okay.
That's all from me today, but Andrew Farmer will be here with the latest headlines in about 30 minutes.
I look forward to talking to you all.
That technology should work for people.
A robot must obey the orders given it. All human beings except to wear such orders would close with the first law.
We should be very careful about artificial intelligence.
The point, obviously, is to raise trust rather than fear.
I would like to take on various jobs.
And with artificial intelligence, we are summoning a demon.
the existence of communication.
When old truths seem wrong, when old rules just don't hold, and a new world is yet to shape out, disdain becomes the etiquette, and engagement equals betrayal. And so many find themselves worlds apart, we choose to look for common ground.
The so-called enhanced interrogation techniques used by the U.S. officials were basically designed as techniques to break down the human mind. If you force a human being to stay in a certain position, it doesn't take very long for the pain involved to become absolutely excruciating. But nobody's laying a finger on you. You are doing it to yourself.
We started adopting those techniques when I was stationed in Mosul. Among them were stress positions, sleep deprivation, inducing hypothermia.
There's already beginning to be evidence that these old techniques are now being used on immigrants and children. Whatever you do in war comes home.
Nobody has been held accountable for the torture that happened in the past.
The moral authority that made America world leader sacrificed the shimmer of effective interrogation.
Hello and welcome to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle. The Biden administration is underwater in just about every way. Is this due to bad policies or bad messaging? Maybe it's both. There's also an important question. Yes, presidents come and go, but elite and special interests remain very powerful. Are they a threat to democracy? Cross-talking Elite Control, I'm joined by my guest, Helen Wyniecki in New York. She's a journalist and a commentator. In Fairfax, we have Daniel Mitchell. He is chairman at the Center for Freedom and Prosperity. And in Gainesville, across from Richard Bars, he is director of Big Data Poll. All right, Crosstalk rules in effect. That means you can jump in anytime you want, and I always appreciate it. Let me go to Richard first in Gainesville. You're the poll guy. You're the numbers guy here. Across the board, it looks that the Biden administration is really in very big trouble here. What accounts for that? In 1 year's time, in 1 year in, we have, he's basically underwater in every respect, as I mentioned in my introduction. Give us the numbers why. You first, Richard.
Yeah, I think first, I've been telling people this since the start of this administration. It was a bit of an impossible promise to keep. We have to keep this in mind, that he was going to shut down the virus, not the economy. The idea that somehow changing the president was going to get a grip on pandemic. And really, in the end, Peter, when people started to realize that, the virus was not going away, that is really what gave Biden, he took a hit from that point on. A lot of people point to Afghanistan, but really, that was just a follow-up event to the Trump poll numbers. What really started that, the advent of it all, was the realization that the pandemic, that the promises made about the pandemic were not going to be fulfilled. So that's important to keep in mind. And I would also point out, Democrats, everyone does this before midterm, but every Republican did it last time with tax reform. They argue they just can't communicate the message, but that's not really the case. The message itself, the agenda itself is unpopular. So it really is a combination of things, but without a doubt, you can almost overlap our trends with COVID, his approval on COVID, with his overall approval. And you can start to see all of the other issues he never really got high marks on, but he did on COVID, almost 60% in our polling. And once that started to crater, his overall approval cratered with it.
Okay, Helen, the same question to you, because I posed the question in my introduction, is it the policies or the messaging, and Richard is saying it's both. What say you? Go ahead, Helen.
I would agree that it's both. I mean, the problem was that most people who voted for Biden weren't necessarily voting for Biden, they were voting against Trump. So I mean, once the honeymoon phase of that little affair is over, then you realize, okay, well, I have this career politician who's never done anything in the entire 50 years that he's been in Washington. Why would we expect him to do something now? It's just people gradually woke up to the fact that yes, he made his whole campaign about COVID, and when he failed to deliver on that, and it was COVID, and then it was this vague idea of unity and our democracy, quote unquote. And instead of like uniting America, he's basically just trying to stick one half of us against the other half in every way possible, whether it's through whether or not people are in favor of mandatory vaccines, or in favor of lockdowns, or in favor of masking. Every little morsel of the COVID narrative has become basically a Mortal Kombat where he fights to the death under fire, just because it's easier for him to have us be preoccupied with one another than to be staring at the White House wondering why aren't they doing anything? Why are they letting this thing spiral out of control? Why are they printing so much money? Why is the dollar now worth approximately like 1/100th of 1 cent? It's not going to get any better until people start holding these people accountable, and they won't be doing that while we're being divided and conquered.
Okay, well, you bring up a very good point. Let me go to Richard in Fairfax here. Biden came to the presidency trying, saying that he would be a uniter, and he has united everyone, almost everyone against him. How did that happen? Daniel, go ahead.
I think Biden's fundamental problem is that he was elected not to be Donald Trump.
Yep.
A lot of the American people were tired of all the fighting and the drama and the tweeting, and Biden seemed like a safe choice. He was sort of a bland career politician, and the thought was that he'll get in there and we'll have a so-called return to normalcy. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party is now controlled by the hard left, Bernie Sanders, the Elizabeth Warren types. And so Biden was supposed to be a unifier, but he comes in with a hard left agenda, thinking he's going to be another Franklin Roosevelt. And the American people aren't very happy about giant increases in the tax burden and the burden of government spending, not to mention Afghanistan and the pandemic and things like that. I think Biden is like a deer in the headlights, because having been a career politician who simply punched the clock and did whatever sort of the consensus was for the Democratic Party, he's now caught in a Democratic Party that wants to do radical things that just aren't where the American people are.
Richard, the FDR has been mentioned so many times. I think it's quite laughable because FDR had truly a mandate when he came into the presidency. But, FDR, if you like him or dislike him, he said we need to get America back to work. I'm a pretty simple guy. I can understand a statement like that. Let's get back to work. But all I hear is how awful I am as a conservative. I mean, I have to make an admission to everyone. 20 years ago, I was pretty far on the left, but the left left me and left me where I am, okay? I mean, I've never seen a president attack so many people that disagree with him. And it's more than just a political disagreement. It's a cultural one thing. Also, that is so off-putting. His speech on civil rights, which astounded me. I've never heard a president in my life ever talk that way. Richard, your thoughts?
And after basically comparing the events of George Floyd to the life and the works of Martin Luther King, I mean, it really loses a little bit of credibility. But when you fail this badly, let's be real. When you fail this badly at your job, at keeping your promises, and both guys absolutely right. He was the other in this race against Donald Trump last year, or 2 years now. He was the other, so he really had these big shoes to fill. Who are you going to blame when you don't fill them? Because it is true, people were tired of the tweets. The people we poll now, they look back on it, and many basically tell us, give me the angry tweets back as long as inflation doesn't keep rising. Give me the angry tweets back as long as the labor market tightens again. So, but it's really, we're at that point now where it's too late. When people look to him and ask, the president, what are we going to do? What is the administration going to do? They're really out of option. They're moving on an ideological agenda now. It's not based on problem solving. It's based on ideology. So somebody has to be blamed for that, Peter. That you can't get the pandemic under control, it's the unvaccinated's fault. He can't do this correctly, it's this business's fault. It's this industry's fault. So that is what political leaders do when they fail. That's what happens when regimes start to flounder. They look for others to blame, and that's what they're doing.
Helen, it's textbook. Bill Clinton, as a person, his character, I'm not a big fan of, but he was a good politician, okay? And he learned to pivot. All I see the Biden administration is just doubling down on things that don't work. I've never seen such a tone-deaf administration when, leadership is about being able to generate options and take them. We don't see that happening here. Is it because, everyone really wants to know who's running the show here, okay? Because, some of the speeches that he's delivered, he's used language he's never used in his entire political career. I don't think he even knew what the word equity meant until he went into the White House. Because Dan has pointed it out to us here. It is a certain agenda, a leftist agenda, hard left, progressive, whatever it is that what's captured him? Because he's not capturing anything. Go ahead, Ellen.
No, it's not a far left agenda, it's not a leftist agenda at all. The Biden administration is being run by BlackRock and Vanguard, the two largest asset managers in the world, who basically control by means of owning like a 10% share in every company in the world, basically. And so it's definitely not a leftist agenda. A lot of people like to blame the left because it's easy to do, and I guess they posture in this leftist manner. But Biden never had any plan to govern according to the policies that he was making. It was merely to pull the wool over our eyes while they basically thrust in all of this new normal, build back better thing. It's a globalist agenda. It's not an American thing at all. It's not an American leftist thing at all. It's just it's this attempt to sort of cover up a totalitarian technocracy under the rubric of, oh yes, it's fair and equitable, and everyone will be benefit from this thing. If you look at any of the yearly missives that Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, sends out to all of its shareholders every year, you can basically see the U.S. political agenda being given its bullet points, marching orders in these letters. So, a lot of people haven't even heard of these companies, but BlackRock and Vanguard are calling the shots here and have nothing to do with the left. It's nothing to do with the right. It's way above Biden's pay grade, for one thing, and he's the fall guy for this one. When before the election, I said that neither of these two men really wanted to be left holding the bag when the U.S. empire collapsed, because I believe it was going to collapse within the next 4 years. I still think that, and I think Biden is, his career is basically over either way, so they figured he would be a good sacrificial lamb, and there's zero charisma in the White House.
Yeah, well, I had that. If fewer Democrats are defending him, Dan, do you see how the Biden administration is ideological? Dan?
I think the Biden administration is ideological. I think they do have a left-wing agenda. Now, what's interesting, marrying to what was just said, this left-wing agenda somehow is perfectly okay with some of the financial elite on Wall Street and elsewhere. They've sort of struck this deal in their own minds that, okay, we'll go along with these higher taxes so long as we get the easy money, the artificially low interest rates that boost the financial markets. Now, in the long run, I think that's a very misguided trade that these rich people are making for supporting the left of the Democratic Party. I think you wind up having bubbles that then burst. I don't think it's a very smart thing to do. I think given America's long-run fiscal challenges, expanding the welfare state simply creates the risk of a Greek-style fiscal crisis. So, we can talk about BlackRock and Vanguard all we want. And yes, I think some of the elite who are sort of going along with the Biden administration are making a huge tactical, strategical, political, and economic mistake. But I don't think that changes the fact that it is a hard left agenda from the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren wing of the Democratic Party that in effect has stabbed the White House.
Well, it's very interesting because I think a lot of progressives would agree with some of the things you said, a lot of conservatives would, and libertarians. I think we're onto something. All right, we're going to go to a short break, and after that short break, we'll continue our discussion on it. Lead Control, same with our
The world is driven by dreamers, shaped by thinkers, and those with vision.
thinks. We dare to ask.
Welcome to Max Hazard's Financial Survival Guide. Looking forward to your pension account? Yikes! This is what happens to pensions in Britain. Don't let this happen to you. Watch Kaiser report.
Если один deviates, it будет стремиться к нулю.
Alisa Teplakova is only 9, but already a university student.
Второй элемент нашего группы – это остаток 1. Итак, все 5 остатков.
Ребенок, если с ним заниматься спокойно, сдать в 7 лет, 9 класс. И что делают другие дети в 16?
Да, я много училась, потому что у меня не было другого выбора. Я потратила тонны денег, чтобы содержать фильм просто.
Я наступаю соду уксус и смотрите, что происходит.
Я хотела стать химиком, когда увлекался химией. Сейчас хочу стать программистом.
Меня обычно не пускают на курсы для более старших, потому что я маленький.
Раиса, это тоже твои однокурсники. Вот, все это твои однокурсники, да. То, чем мы занимаемся, это на самом деле революция в педагогике, это революция возрастной психологии.
Я не очень понимаю, как это все нужно преподавать девятилетнему ребенку. Вы не можете взять ребенка и поместить его в взрослую жизнь, быть полезным. Ребенку не дозреет до этого.
Welcome back to Crosstalk, where all things are considered. I'm Peter Lavelle. To remind you, we're discussing elite control. Okay, let's go back to Richard in Gainesville. I don't know, to sum up the last part of the first block there, I see a little realignment thinking there. Maybe we could do a separate program on that. I want to go in a little bit different direction, everybody. We had Bush Jr., and then we had Obama, then we had Trump, and now we have Biden. And it seems like we're going from one extreme, at least, rhetorically, and certainly characterized, from one to another. And it's very, very different. And it seems to me, Richard, that this shows a lot of frustration that a lot of voters have. All voters have, is that they go from, Obama to Trump. That's a pretty extreme change, okay? And basically, all of these presidents are tamed, maybe even tamed even before they get into office, okay? I'm not a big fan of Donald Trump, but certainly the bureaucracy sabotaged him left, right, and center, and I know a lot of people are happy about that. But then what do we have elections for, okay? Well, what explains this lunging back and forth, Richard?
Yeah, now you're. I'm flashing back to old thesis. Thesis work in college, Peter. I mean, that's the pendulum swing of politics in America. And to some extent, it has always been like this, right? I mean, we had Eisenhower. I wouldn't call him extremely conservative, but right after you had somebody like who was brought up before, FDR. And then we go from Richard Nixon to Lyndon Johnson to Nixon, right? So very different swings. But we have now, though, in the modern politics, we have this distorting force, which is the media. And I think if we had, we could iron at least some of that out if we had, an honest national discourse when we had elections. But in the end, what people tell us when we poll is that, generally this is why somebody like a Donald Trump had appeal, because Americans really don't see the difference, right? They know the ideology, but in their own lives, in their own personal lives, they don't see the difference. Nothing ever really gets solved. Nothing gets done. And then they, the politicians benefit, and those corporations we spoke about in the last segment are benefiting, but the country is not, and the long-term problems are not. So it leads to just great frustration. And I think, even moving forward, the idea that the former president is going to run again, every day, the biggest obstacle for the Republican Party to move forward really is themselves. Every day they remind the Republican voter why they voted for Donald Trump, why they nominated him. And so, they do so by screwing up, by betraying their base, by not doing what they said they were going to do when they were elected, or, when they ran in their individual races. And that's something very different from like a Donald Trump, who loved him or hate him, he did. So, it's very typical in our history that we see these pendulum swings in electoral politics, but in the end, people, after all these years, just say, oh, the Republicans take the House in 2022, is it really going to matter? Joe Biden loses in 2024, or whoever they run to replace him, because I'm not sure he's going to make it. Is it really going to matter? And that is what gives appeal to candidates like Bernie Sanders and like Donald Trump, who people view to be authentic.
Yeah, Helen, I mean, it's we go through these cycles. We have the midterms and the general. We go round and sort of. It's great for programs like this to talk about politics, But at the end of the day, how much gets done? I mean, Richard is absolutely right. We have all these promises. I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat. All of these promises, and we basically get more or less the same. And I think that there's a great fatigue in that because there are really huge problems facing the electorate. And with so many promises made and promises broken. I mean, and it's just become more apparent in the Biden administration. Maybe just because he just isn't up to the job. I'm not a doctor, okay? But the same thing. I mean, I've seen this. Obama came in and it was the radiant future. He left an empty suit, okay? And we see this repeatedly over and over again. Your thoughts, Helen?
Well, yeah, they all come in with this mythos behind. Obama was supposed to be this great reformer, and his entire cabinet was picked by Citibank. So, I mean, this idea, people gradually realize, oops, we just left with the wrong guy again. But yeah, as far as the pendulum swing goes, people are registering their dissatisfaction. People voted for Trump because they were extremely let down by Obama. People voted for Biden because they felt, or the media told them they felt extremely let down or in some way offended by Trump. So, unfortunately, the media does have a lot to do with the fact that we still have this going back and forth and getting nothing done. But as the division and the dividing and conquering increases to cover up the fact that the empty suits in the White House are incapable of accomplishing anything for the good of the American people, or really for the good of anything other than their stock portfolios, then it becomes a question of it becomes a question of where can we lay the blame? It's instead of governing by cooperation, like compromising, getting things done in Congress or whatever, it becomes governing by executive order. And so basically, the next guy can just undo the last guy's presidency, and we've seen that with Obama first, and then with Trump, and then with Biden. So it's just this complete reversal and erasing the last guy who came before. It's become far too easy to do that, and so this is why you have a larger portion of the American electorate identifying as independent and as either of the two parties.
Dan, I'm going to ask you an odd question, and it's not a trick question. Well, what does it take to be a successful president? What is a successful presidency? Do you have an example in your mind? And if that what example? Given that example, how could it help Biden? It's not a trick question, I promise. Go ahead.
If you want a successful presidency, I guess it first depends on your measurement of success.
Sure.
Lyndon Johnson got a lot done. I think it was all very bad for the country. FDR got a lot done. Well, I think his policies helped keep us in a Great Depression for a decade. On the other hand, Ronald Reagan got a lot done, and I think restored America's economy. So it's hard to answer that question without showing your philosophical colors. But here's something I don't think we're appreciating. The reason we have so much of a challenge in the United States is we're not a parliamentary system. We're a separation of power system. So by definition, the way our founders created our country and our Constitution, it made it very difficult for politicians in Washington to change things. And as a result, people get very frustrated. And then add on to that we're elections in the United States and political debates in the United States now aren't focusing on the things that I care about, like taxes and spending. They're focusing on things like race relations and wokeness and political correctness and abortion. In other words, these social and cultural issues now, I think, are playing a big role. And going back to what I said before, I think this is why some of the elite on Wall Street now identify more with Democrats, because culturally, they see a closer affinity, and this is why, say, low-income whites and Hispanics are now identifying more with Republicans. It's not because they necessarily want small government like I want. They just don't like the woke agenda of the left, and this is really scrambling our politics, mixing in with our separation of power system, and just creating a situation where a lot of people get very frustrated.
Well, Richard, Daniel's absolutely right. I mean, this is not on an accidental strategy, okay? Because, again, I started out this blog by talking about realignment because I think libertarians, conservatives, and progressives actually have a lot more in common, though the media discourse never allows us to talk to each other because we're all mortal enemies. You can't talk to him, okay? But Daniel's right on many different fronts here. And it's also about leadership. I mean, Joe Biden showed up in Congress a few days ago. Nobody respected him. People just walking around, milling around. Oh, it's the president. Okay, I'm going to go to lunch. Okay, I mean, there's no real sense of leadership here because Daniel's absolutely right. I mean, what is a good president? Well, it depends ideologically. But what Daniel described was leadership. Okay, in all the presidents that he named, Republican and Democrat. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when he was talking and really looking at this historically. Yeah, I mean, George W. Bush, you can call him whatever you want to call him, and during the end of his final term, the economy was in a downward, spiral. They really did try to address the Community Reinvestment Act issues, but they failed. But at least he still had a relationship with Congress. In the Obama era, I think a lot of Americans don't understand this, or don't know, because the media really, they don't cover the news like this anymore. But during the Obama era, the White House, the communication between the White House and the Congress just completely broke down. And they stopped talking to each other. We went from, it was brinksmanship politics, we went from one debt ceiling crisis to the next, really manufactured. And during the era of Trump, when Donald Trump came in the initial 2 years, some of that relationship had been restored because it was bi-party. When we talk about why things never get done, the minute Democrats took over, a lot of stuff that was in the works that was really popular measures among the people. Prescription drug laws. Elijah Cummings wanted to work with President Trump on that, but Nancy Pelosi put the kibosh on it because you can't give the president a political win. So we went back then, we went back to what happened under Obama, which was this breakdown of communication between the White House and the legislature. And that leads the president to get frustrated and they start ruling by fiat. And every time a new president comes in, they can take their pen and wipe their agenda away. So, this is, it's really not the problem isn't bipartisanship. It's just this extreme power politics. I think it's cute for people to say both sides play, but I would argue one side started it. I mean, the Democrats started it. They did. Let's be real. I mean, there's history, and there's been, and some things are right and some things are wrong. They started it, and now Richard, and it became this little childish tit for tat.
I would make the argument that when they go bipartisan, it's usually for very wrong things like foreign wars. Okay, the American when there's bipartisanship, run, be careful. Okay, it's really like I don't like that word. We're almost out of time. You finish it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, this bipartisanship, but it's really the difference between the Democrats and Republicans is so minute as to be almost invisible. I mean, yes, they have this woke talk, but the woke talk is a distraction to the agenda, which is them picking your pocket constantly and ruining your economy and forcing you to turn against your neighbor because your neighbor really doesn't want to wear a mask in the supermarket. I mean, this agenda is not. These are not two separate, fully formed philosophies that are doing battle in the marketplace of ideas. These are two scammy rip-off artists that just the American public is their victim, and they're just it's like two vultures fighting over a carcass. There's no difference between these two parties, except for the on the surface. There's maybe they'll be a little more diverse looking on the surface, but deep inside they're the same ugly, disgusting political.
Helen, I think you should have a show on RT. I like your delivery there. Okay, but that's all the time we have here. Many thanks to my guests in New York, Fairfax, and in Gainesville, and thanks to our viewers for watching us here at RT. See you next time. Remember, trust us.
When old truths seem wrong,
Cool.
when old rules just don't hold, and a new growth is yet to shape out, disdain becomes the etiquette, and engagement equals betrayal. When so many find themselves worlds apart, we choose to look for common ground.
enhanced interrogation techniques used by U.S. officials were basically designed as techniques to break down the human mind.
If you force a human being to stay in a certain position, it doesn't take very long for the pain involved to become absolutely excruciating. But nobody's laying a finger on you. You are doing it to yourself.
We started adopting those techniques when I was stationed in Mosul. Among them were stress positions, sleep deprivation, using hypothermia.
There's already beginning to be evidence that these old techniques are now being used on immigrants and children. Whatever you do in war comes home.
Nobody has been held accountable for the torture that happened in the past.
The moral authority that made America a world leader sacrificed the shimmer of effective interrogation.
Пятый год подряд у нас практически рекордные или близкие к рекордным площади пожаров. И в это же самое время самый продуктивный лес, который быстрее всего растет, мы заставляем мечтать. Это парадокс.
Главное, документы нужны, чтобы зайти в лес, а там убить где-то попал. Забирают самую деловую древесину, оставляют в квартире.
10 составов уже формируются и уходят на Китай.
Это просто привычка с лесом обращаться как с месторождением бревен.
Headlines tonight: British anti-tank weapons arrive in Ukraine as the West doubles down on its claims that Russia is preparing to invade, an allegation that Moscow has consistently denied. Also this hour, anti-COVID protests across Europe, Amnesty International blasts discrimination, though, against the unvaccinated as states impose tough measures. We discuss the issue with a panel of guests.
We are witnessing a major action of discrimination.
A lot of inequalities that go beyond just notions of ideologies.
I think that's where it does kind of seems to be very disproportionate and actually taking away the choice.
And demands for gender-neutral language reach healthcare professionals. Some midwives and nurses are told to use more inclusive language. Hello there, good afternoon. You're watching RT International, just gone 2 o'clock here in Moscow. Now, the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is in Ukraine at the moment in a show of support. It does come amid heightened tensions between Russia and the West over what Moscow calls unsubstantiated fears of an imminent invasion. The Kremlin has strenuously denied any wish for a conflict, but has laid out red lines for the eastward expansion of NATO. So let's talk more about this now, bringing Don Carter joins me in the studio. Don, just run through then some background to this and give us some context for Blinken's appearance in Ukraine.
Well, interestingly enough, Andy, Blinken touched down in Ukraine for talks to, quote, deter Russia from further aggression, but at the very same time, an entire shipment, actually, of NLAW anti-tank missile systems arrived from the UK, and London says they are strictly for defensive purposes. Let's take a listen to what they said.
I can today confirm to the House that, in light of the increasingly threatening behavior from Russia, and in addition to our current support, the UK is providing a new security assistance package to increase Ukraine's defensive capabilities. We have taken the decision to supply Ukraine with light, anti-armor, defensive weapon systems.
Now, London may say that it's purely for defensive purposes, but they can't exactly control what Kiev does with these weapons once it's in their hands, of course. And we're actually seeing Ukraine become increasingly dependent on the West, both for weapons and military training as of late. Back in 2021, the U.S. Also supplied Kiev with a large number of anti-tank missile systems called Javelin anti-tank weapon systems. The Pentagon recently confirmed that U.S. military advisors are going to be staying in Ukraine, and there have also even been reports that Ukrainian special forces are being trained to fight the Russian military on U.S. soil. That's all the while when NATO countries are even strengthening and reinforcing their military positions right on Russia's border.
And while this has happened, we've seen Western media ramp up their coverage too, haven't we, over the situation in Ukraine. What's been their take on this?
That's true. I mean, Blinken's arrival has also coincided with or actually, it's come months after the beginning of hysteria in the Western media about the idea of a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine. To top it all off, a lot of Western media outlets, specifically CNN, are continuing to stir this pot of fear around it with reports even accusing Russia of provoking the conflict in Donbass.
Russia is preparing what's known as a false flag operation to create a pretext for another invasion of Ukraine.
In the view of American intelligence, there could be an impending attack of some kind on Ukrainian territory.
Move up from the Crimea and join all this territory up so the buffer zone is bigger. One level up from that, annex the whole of the coastline and cut Ukraine off from the Black Sea.
As you can see by the end of the video right there, CNN even gave us a geography lesson claiming to prove why Russia might invade the region. To be fair, though, this was not the case across all of Western media. There were some that saw this double standard of accusing Russia of aggression while NATO is actually arming a hostile government right on its doorstep.
Imagine if Mexico fell under the direct military control of China. We would see that as a threat, of course. Well, that's how Russia views NATO control of Ukraine, and why wouldn't they?
So what's been Russia's response then to all of this recently?
Well, these accusations of an imminent invasion by Russia into Ukraine have been going on for months now, and time again, Moscow has rejected this as a fantasy. They say that that having its own troops in its own territory is a right that a sovereign nation has, and it's not a threat to anyone.
We stress once again that Russia is not going to attack anyone. The practice of moving troops on our own soil is a sovereign right. We call for an end to the hysteria so as not to pile on tensions around the Donbass problem, and most importantly, not to push hotheads in Kiev towards new provocations.
Now, Russia's also made it clear that it's dedicated to finding a diplomatic solution to de-escalating the conflict in Ukraine. We've seen Russia put forward a number of proposals for security guarantees between itself and NATO, calling for a ceasing of NATO expansion eastward. But unfortunately, Washington shot them down, calling them non-starter negotiating points. And so diplomatic talks are going to have to go on. In fact, Turkey even invited the leaders of Russia and Ukraine to talks for Erdogan to be the mediator of them. So perhaps we'll see something come out of that.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for the update there, Don. That was RT's on quarter. Well, a geopolitical analyst we spoke to does believe that the NATO military build-up cannot be seen purely as defensive.
This can only be viewed, this was supplying more and more weapons into Ukrainian military at the time when tensions are being ratcheted up in the West. This can only be translated as a provocation. And so this is extremely dangerous. Politically, there are no straits in the US, UK, and France. And this conflict or anything even approaching a conflict, even the threat of a conflict would dominate the headlines for months, perhaps, and it would be the ultimate distraction. I think these governments would benefit from. The West, led by the US and the UK, are very interested possibly in seeing something at least approaching a conflict in order to justify rolling the Ukrainian state into the NATO alliance setup, but also breathing new life and purpose into NATO as an organization, which is declining in its sort of purpose really for many years now, and it's gone so far away from its original treaty, and history seems to have passed it by, and now it seems to be desperate to justify its existence. So that's an incredibly dangerous situation that we find ourselves in.
As we just heard, the Turkish President Recep Erdogan has invited the leaders of Russia and Ukraine for peace talks in Turkey. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov responded to by saying that Russia would welcome help from any country to resolve the tensions with Ukraine.
I can today confirm to the House that, in light of the increasingly threatening behavior from Russia, and in addition to our current support, the UK is providing a new security assistance package to increase Ukraine's defensive capabilities. We have taken the decision to supply Ukraine with light, anti-armor, defensive weapon systems.
Now, in other news, the number of daily COVID cases are surging in Europe, with the Omicron variant spreading across the continent. So, too, are waves of unrest due to tough new restrictions being imposed in some countries. A word of warning, you might find some of the following footage disturbing. Now, there have been violent clashes in northern Germany where hundreds protested against a possible vaccine mandate that would prevent people from entering indoor venues without a negative COVID test or a jab. People did set off firecrackers, and at least a dozen were reportedly arrested. Officers stopped the protest due to demonstrators flagging mask mandates there. Meanwhile, in Italy, thousands took to the streets in protest over the weekend. It's now mandatory there for everybody over 50 to get a COVID jab, and it's essentially banned the unvaccinated from using public transport or entering bars and restaurants, even with a negative COVID test. Amnesty International believes the clampdown, though, does amount to discrimination and demands that the government rethinks its policies.
The recently approved reinforced Green Pass must be a time-limited arrangement, and the government must continue to ensure that the entire population can enjoy their fundamental rights. Amnesty International Italia asked for alternative measures to allow the non-vaccinated population to continue to carry out their work and to use means of transport without discrimination.
Well, across the Atlantic, the number of daily COVID cases has reached almost 547,000, and that's while a recent poll shows too that 59% of Democratic voters would support a government policy that would confine unvaccinated Americans to their homes unless in an emergency. One of the most popular newspapers in the state of Utah even published an editorial demanding that the measures are brought in.
Were Utah a truly civilized place, the governor's next move will be to find a way to mandate mass vaccination, going as far as to deploy the National Guard to ensure that people without proof of vaccination will not be allowed, well, anywhere.
Well, we discussed this issue with a panel of guests who do think that if such a policy was introduced, it would create inequality and still not stop the virus from spreading.
We are witnessing a major action of discrimination, and people are divided into clusters. And what we are witnessing is sort of called the civil war. I mean, we call it the civil war because we are putting brother against brother, friend against friend. Are you vaccinated? You are not vaccinated. So the impact on society of those measures, of those laws, is simply devastating. And I speak from the point of view of a historian.
I think it's right for inequalities. People standing in line in the U.S. for 4 hours just to get a jab. People having to travel in other parts of the world when they don't have disposable income to do so, or the time to take off from work because most people have wanted to return to normal. That's creating a lot of inequalities that go beyond just notions of ideologies about whether people want to participate in the vaccine drive or not.
We already know that the vaccination doesn't stop you from having COVID, and it also doesn't stop you from spreading the virus further. So I think that's where it does kind of seems to be very disproportionate and actually taking away the choice of, adults with, particularly over 50s who have got lots of life experience, and I'm pretty sure they're quite responsible people and they should be given the choice.
We protect in the Constitution the right to move, the right to movement is one of the fundamental rights in the Constitution, which is a document of positive right, but it's also natural right, also natural law. If you believe in the existence of natural law, there is a right of free movement. And I think
Joining me now is Dr. Lynn Burmeister, a Melbourne-based fertility specialist and medical director at Number One Fertility. Doctor, welcome to the program. Thousands of couples and families are going to be impacted by this decision. What has been the reaction among your patients so far?
It's a terrible decision, Rita. I'm just shocked after living with this pandemic for 2 years. We have actually been stopped and started 5 times, and it is terrible. The patients are calls a day with hysterical patients calling and begging to start treatment. Can't we make an excuse for them to start? You know, at the moment, all IVF is to be stopped. So any patient that needs an egg collection has to stop, and we don't know when it's going to reopen. We were promised today they're going to do everything they can to reopen. Well, what do you need to actually do to reopen? Please just say yes. So please just say yes that you can reopen. So yeah,
it's there is so much that goes into preparation and planning for IVF, and a 90-day pause. What's going to be the impact of that for women who are nearing the end of their fertility, who are around the age of 40? Could this be the difference between becoming a mother and perhaps never realizing that dream?
Yeah, definitely. So all my patients are fertility challenged. They don't do IVF because they just feel like it. They're all fertility challenged. I've got 30-year-olds that are running out of eggs. I've got, people like Melanie that are 45 running out of eggs. So everyone is reproductively challenged. They're not putting their hand up and saying, I want to do IVF because I can't get a baby naturally. These people have tried and tried and tried, and they're prepared for months to start their IVF journey. And, Melanie was day one of her cycle today. She can't start this month, and she only has another few months left before she does turn 46, and then IVF is not available for her anymore. So this is so devastating. There's so many people like Melanie that are out there that cannot start their treatment. And 3 months is too long. We've had this happen so many times to us where we've had to tell patients over the last 2 years that they can't start treatment. And I think we're just all sick of it. It's enough. Please let these women start. We don't use the resources that are needed for COVID patients. We use one needle. The patients are under sedation the whole time. They're not intubated. It takes me 15 to 20 minutes to collect eggs. The patients go home within 2 hours of the procedure. They don't get admitted to the hospital, and they rarely have complications.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Is this actually going to relieve pressure on the hospital system? And will those working in infertility be deployed elsewhere in the system?
Why?
Good evening, everyone. Ukraine is making the headlines once again. At home, the country is experiencing some division as the former Ukrainian president, Petro Poroshenko, who was backed by the U.S. in 2014, he returned to Ukraine to face treason charges. Internationally, the country is also a hot topic, with days after meeting with Russian officials, all the diffused tensions over Ukraine. Well, the U.S. is now accusing Moscow of planning a false flag operation as a pretext to invading Ukraine. RT's Alex Mihailovich picks up the story.
It's a serious accusation with little to back it.
Without getting into too much detail, we do have information that indicates that Russia is already working actively to create a pretext for a potential invasion, for a move on Ukraine. In fact, we have information that they pre-positioned a group of operatives to conduct what we call a false flag operation, an operation designed to look like an attack on them or their people or Russian-speaking people in Ukraine, again as an excuse to go in.
U.S. officials claim that Russia has pre-positioned operatives who've been trained in urban warfare to carry out acts of sabotage against pro-Russian rebels using explosives. Not surprisingly, there is skepticism regarding the latest U.S. intel. Journalist John Stone sent out a tweet saying, "So the evidence that NATO powers need to preemptively defend against a Russian invasion of Ukraine, that there are Russian troops in Western Russia, and anonymous U.S. officials telling the media that Russia is plotting a false flag. Do I have it right? Is that the evidence?" And Russia's first deputy permanent representative to the United Nations tweeted, "I just wonder, is it the same Russia I have the honor to represent in the UN? If so, then we have no such instructions and no Russian politician spoke about invading Ukraine. Only U.S., Ukraine, and Western colleagues float this idea. Looks like a classic false flag operation." Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov addressed the claim as well.
Let's not forget about what the American officials said about the subject of the so-called Russian invasion of Ukraine, namely the spreading of complete misinformation about us preparing a false flag operation by attacking Russian-speaking population in Donbass, no less, to obtain an excuse for said invasion.
While Washington is selling the false flag narrative, it seems like some of its allies are buying it. The EU has joined the Blame Russia mantra. Parroting the words of Washington, here's the German foreign minister speaking in Kiev.
Und der wirksamste Hebel, den wir haben, and the most effective lever we have to back Ukraine is the unequivocal and above all unanimous commitment of the EU, the G7, NATO, and any further aggression would have a high price for the Russian regime economically, politically, and strategically. And we mean that very seriously.
Washington and its allies have been quick to flatly reject Moscow's request for security guarantees regarding NATO's enlargement ambitions. Since the end of the Cold War, Russia has watched NATO expand to its borders. As for the false flag claims, the White House statement echoes a release from Ukraine's defense ministry last Friday, which said that Russian special services are preparing provocations against Russian forces in an attempt to frame Ukraine. Some believe the origins of the information are both questionable and convenient, which could lead one to ponder if the accusation of a false flag may in fact be the false flag. From News on RT America, I'm Alan Smolavich.
And with his perspective on everything happening, we are joined by former Pentagon official Michael Maloof. Michael, great to see you. So, what do you make of these false flag allegations? I mean, Russia, militarily superior to Ukraine. Do you kind of think these allegations of a false flag would prompt the U.S. to maybe, supply Ukraine with more powerful weapons, more than the $22 million we've already funded them from last week?
Well, I think that's part of it. I also know that the United States and other NATO countries are actually training Ukrainians, special forces, such as snipers and what have you.
I was going to ask you about that. So talk about that. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, there's a high likelihood that Ukraine could instigate something in order to ensure that they get the maximum of U.S. and NATO support, and that's what makes this entire situation very, very tense and unpredictable. Because so far we have not seen that evidence of a false flag being perpetrated by the Russians. However, there are Western reports that U.S. has been training, and as has other NATO countries, the snipers and what have you for Ukrainians, and it reminds me. This is almost a carbon copy of what happened in 2008 in Georgia. It was snipers who took out Russian peacekeepers in South Ossetia that prompted Russia to come on into Ukraine, into Georgia. And so we see this as a repeat, as a carbon copy. And I know Saakashvili of Georgia at the time, who was then president, was very anxious to get NATO backing, to get put into NATO, and the result was killing of Russian peacekeepers, and by snipers, by the way. And I know the snipers are trained at Blackwater, so and I know this firsthand. So I think that this is something that we've got to be very, very concerned about, and you're also seeing other Western help coming in from to Ukraine, especially from Germany, especially from right-wing groups, neo-Nazis, if you will, who would love to have a fight, and this is something that given Ukraine's position during World War II against then Soviet Union, this is like history almost repeating itself.
And there's a lot of that history that many Americans don't know about, a lot of that, what happened during World War II. But one other really quick question is, you bring up these CIA-trained fighters on the front lines in eastern Ukraine. So then I have to ask you, then what role is NATO playing in all of that? Because NATO, I'm sorry, Ukraine's not part of NATO, so are they helping it with that? I got about 40 seconds. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, if CIA is in there, and there's in all likelihood that's the case because they got paramilitary responsibilities, they give you the covert site, whereas the Department of Defense does the overt site. And for the covert type of activity, you're going to have them come in and do that. I mean, we did the same thing, by the way, in preparation for the invasion of Iraq. The U.S. did. In fact, I was at the Defense Department when I was asked to develop teams of snipers to go on in to assist the Iraqis against Saddam Hussein. That didn't happen ultimately because they went ahead and just did an invasion. The point is that we're not above doing something like that. And if it works in one place, in two places, it's going to work in another, especially in Ukraine.
Michael Maloof getting a little deja vu tonight from history in the past. Michael Maloof, thanks so much. Great to see you.
Now, Italy will soon be choosing a new head of state, and for 85-year-old Silvio Berlusconi, his bid to become president is looking increasingly difficult. But remember, in the past, he's led 4 governments in Italy as the prime minister, and his bid to become the president has always looked unlikely, and this is mainly because of his track record, which includes a conviction for tax fraud and also scandals of holding what are known as sex parties while he was still at office. Our next book gets you details.
Silvio Berlusconi. He has been, of course, very controversial. He has been condemned. He has been excluded from parliament. Is emerging from the shadows to become a central figure in Italy's presidential discussions. Berlusconi believes he is one of the most important persons, possibly the most important historical figure in Italy. The Italian parliament will convene on January 24th to begin voting for a new head of state. And center-right parties have confirmed they want the embattled former prime minister as their candidate. But could he really make it? This is what Berlusconi is looking for. He's looking for an applause, for the recognition by Italy of his importance. Giovanni Orsina is professor of history at Rius University in Rome. I think on the whole it is rather unlikely. If you were anyone else but Berlusconi, I would say it's 0%. Given that Berlusconi has made us used to his missions impossible, and that he really has achieved targets that to everyone seemed unreachable, then I say it's not 0%, it is maybe 5%. Berlusconi has been campaigning tirelessly behind the scenes and has mobilized his media empire behind his bid. The 85-year-old and former 4-time prime minister potentially stands in the way of current PM Mario Draghi.
Italy's center-left Democratic Party has categorically ruled out backing the billionaire media tycoon, and the anti-establishment Five Star Movement, which has the largest number of parliamentarians, has echoed that sentiment. On the streets of Rome, support is mixed.
Allora, secondo la mia opinione, se vince Berlusconi,
If Berlusconi wins, there should be a demonstration because it seems ridiculous to me that a person like Berlusconi could win.
possa vincere una persona come Berlusconi. Oddio, sta un po' avanti con l'età, però
He's a bit old, but we'll see what happens. As a politician, he's done well. He's also had legal problems, but he's always been acquitted. He could do well.
sì, però è stato sempre assolto. Potrebbe andare bene.
Berlusconi's right-hand man and lower house deputy Vittorio Sgarbi has said he suspended his efforts to persuade undecided lawmakers because it was proving, quote, a desperate task. After all, Berlusconi has a record that includes tax fraud and the scandal over his notorious bunga bunga sex parties while he was last in office.
I mean, who can be surprised of anything that Berlusconi does? Berlusconi, as I said, is a person that has demonstrated in time to be able to do things that no one else would dare do.
Beyond is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move.
When dehydration is a risk, choose Pedialyte for fast, effective rehydration.
Meanwhile, India's fugitive businessman Vijay Mallya has lost the battle to keep his luxurious home in the British capital. The Mallya could soon face eviction from the central London home that he currently occupies. The prospects of eviction follow a British High Court ruling against Mallya has, of course, made this abundantly clear. Mallya had held a mortgage obtained from UBS on the multi-million-pound property. In a dispute with the Swiss bank, UBS won the rights in the court to repossess and even to sell the property if it needs to. The property is located in one of the most sought-after areas of the British capital. It's believed that Mallya had lived in the property along with his son and his 95-year-old mother. The house is worth at least about tens of millions of pounds. Mallya and his family owns numerous other properties in the United Kingdom and indeed elsewhere. Mallya had failed to meet a previous repayment deadline in April 2020 and his lawyers had requested for a stay on repaying the UBS loan. But the court has refused the request. Earlier, the bank was unable to evict the Mallyas due to the COVID regulations. But Tuesday's ruling has paved the way for this, for UBS to repossess the property. And the judge also has declined permission to appeal against his order. Mallya is a former liquor business tycoon, as well as a former member of the Indian Parliament. He is the subject of an extradition effort by India to face charges of financial crimes. Remember, he managed to sneak out and fly away to the United Kingdom from India back in 2016 after having been accused of a 9,000 crore rupee scam. He's consistently denied the charges and has been living in his London home ever since. Beyond is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move.
What's the one thing that every major country prepares for? Not a global pandemic, that's for sure. I would say every country prepares for war. Reminds me of what John F. Kennedy once said. It is an unfortunate fact that we can secure peace only by preparing for war. And how do countries prepare for war? By buying weapons. In 2020, the global arms market was worth $530 billion. Put together, countries spent $1.8 trillion on defense. Until now, India was a buyer in this market. We bought most of our weapons from outside, rifles, missiles, fighter jets, submarines. Most of it was imported. But now India is making a pivot. It is turning from an arms buyer to an arms maker. The flagship product is this one, the BrahMos missile. Some quick facts about this weapon. BrahMos is a medium-range supersonic cruise missile. It is a joint project between India and Russia. They can be launched, these missiles, from land, ships, submarines, and aircraft. Most experts agree it is a precise and lethal weapon. So naturally, there are buyers. The Philippines is all set to acquire anti-ship BrahMos missiles from China. The deal is worth around $374 million. We don't know how many of them they're buying or what are the specifications, but reports say an Indian delegation will fly to Manila next week to sign the papers. And this deal is important for two reasons. Number one, it marks the arrival of India, the arms exporter. This is the first ever foreign order for the BrahMos missile. It's a foundation to start from. And reason number two, the buyer is a Chinese rival. The Philippines is building up its defense capability against Chinese aggression. PLA ships are sailing near their waters. In November last year, Chinese ships fired water cannons at a Filipino vessel. So the Philippines wants deterrence against China. And for that, they turn to India, to Indian weapons. It's a welcome sign. In fact, it's a template for the future. You see, the weapons industry is a very complicated marketplace. You have the big players like Russia, America, and France. They don't have to buy weapons from anyone. They make themselves. Then you have the obsessive shoppers like Saudi Arabia. They usually buy from old allies like the US. So New Delhi must start with its neighborhood. We're talking about countries like the Maldives, Seychelles, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines. Reports say the government is already doing all of this. Indian diplomats posted in these countries have been asked to push Indian weapons. And clearly, some of that marketing has worked. Even Vietnam is considering the BrahMos proposal. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was expected to travel to Vietnam this month, but his Wuhan virus infection has delayed that trip. And it's not just BrahMos, by the way. Southeast Asia is procuring other Indian weapons as well. Vietnam, for instance, has bought 12 fast attack craft under a $100 million credit line. They're also interested in the Akash surface-to-air missiles and advanced light helicopters. So this sounds like India's big market, Southeast Asia. Most of these countries are facing Chinese aggression. PLA jets violate their airspace. PLA ships park in their waters. So China is a nuisance and a threat for them. Plus, some of them have a complicated relationship with the US. Until 2016, the US had an arms embargo on Vietnam, not because of any recent conflict, but because of the 20th century Vietnam War. So this market is primed for India to conquer. And looking at the numbers, that's where things are headed. In 2016-17, India's defense exports were worth 1,521 crore rupees. Last year, they touched 8,434 crores. The government's target is to reach 35,000 crore rupees by 2025. That's around $5 billion. Producing your own weapons has two advantages. A, it's cheaper and safer, and B, you can make money through exports. Like I said, this is a $500 billion industry. There's always space for more players. But to do that, India must keep innovating. Take BrahMos, for instance. Countries are buying it because it is a top weapon. Excellent range, good reliability, and great versatility. You can fire it from jets, from submarines, and from land. The key is to keep it that way, to make BrahMos the go-to missile for buyers. That's the rule of every market. You produce that one champion product, and from there you can conquer the rest of the market. And none of this will happen overnight. We will need more foreign investment, more incentives to produce in India, more support for local manufacturers. But the upside is self-sufficiency. Take the S-400 missile, for instance. India acquired them from Russia, but America is not happy with the deal. Technically, they could even sanction India for their purchase. US officials say that there will be an exemption this time, but one more Russian purchase, and things could change. By stepping up local production, India can avoid all of these strategic uncertainties. So BrahMos should be the start. The end game should be conquering the defense market. It won't be easy, but then again, $500 billion markets rarely are. WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move. welcome to Gravitas. I'm Palpisha Bombardé. Let's get started. Captain Imran Khan, now Prime Minister of Pakistan, is talking about hitting another century. 100 years of peace with India, he says. But the cricket star is on a sticky wicket here. Because the biggest threats to peace are playing on his team. Cross-border terrorism, funded and supported by Pakistan, is the reason why there is no peace between India and Pakistan. You don't need me to tell you this, but I must lay it out because those who drafted Pakistan's much-touted national security policy seem to have forgotten this small detail. They released the country's first coded document on national security. They talk about a century of peace with India, but betray their obsession with Kashmir. They also have a message for the US. Pakistan doesn't subscribe to camp politics, they say. Of course it doesn't. Pakistan has gone ahead and become a colony of China. They want to reimagine ties with Russia. They've declared the China-Pakistan economic corridor as a national asset. The more you read, the more you wonder, why did they even bother with this document? On Gravitas tonight, we'll read between the lines for you. Also on the show, as the world grapples with an Omicron surge, China continues to crack down on its people. We'll show you 5 new videos that expose China's panic response. Global endorsement for Make in India in defense. The Philippines has sealed the deal to buy BrahMos missiles. We'll tell you which other countries are in the queue. Why is marital rape not a crime in India yet? A debate is on in the court of law. We'll tell you why this is a decision that's long overdue. And WHO Chief Dr. Tedros has been slammed by his home country, Ethiopia. They've withdrawn their support to his re-election bid. Full story coming up. We begin with Gravitas Global Headlines. Downing Street apologizes to Buckingham Palace for 2 more lockdown parties that were held in Number 10 the night before Prince Philip's funeral. The gatherings reportedly took place on April 16th last year and went on till early hours. The US Supreme Court delivers a big blow to President Joe Biden, blocking his COVID vaccination or testing mandate for employees of large businesses operating in the country. The US President says that he is disappointed with the decision. The United Kingdom's intelligence service, the MI5, alleges that a woman suspected of working on behalf of China's Communist Party has sought to infiltrate the UK Parliament. China responds saying that it does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Thousands of teachers have taken to the streets of Paris to protest against the French government's fluctuating COVID strategy. Teachers are angry with the repeated changes in rules and are demanding better protection for both students and staff. After facing American sanctions, North Korea has test-fired 2 more ballistic missiles on its west coast. This is North Korea's 3rd launch since New Year's Day. The previous 2 were of hypersonic missiles.
He's terribly good.
Demonstrations against the military rule continue in Sudan. Police used tear gas as huge crowds gathered in Khartoum. At least 1 protester and 1 police officer have been killed, and dozens of people have been injured. Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook, is facing a lawsuit worth more than $3.2 billion following allegations of abusing its market position to exploit personal data of some 44 million people. Australia has matched its hottest ever recorded temperature with the remote town of Onslow, recording 50.7 degrees Celsius. Before this, the 50 Celsius mark had only been crossed 3 times in the 60s. India's quest for a maiden Test Series victory.
You're my only ish. I swear. Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh my god. Alright. Alright. Oh my god. My basic shirts.
You know, most of us understand that the
Australia. Foreign affairs.
If you feel like it.
Welcome, friends, to another evening.
Seeing all this fucking shit.
Did President Biden put more effort into getting infrastructure passed, for example?
Well, he got infrastructure passed, and that's a good thing because success can breed success. He is putting the full force of the presidency behind it. I think the problem for the Democrats right now is not that they have bad leaders; they have bad followers.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
It's not that they have bad leaders; they have bad followers.
Oh my God.
That's
Welcome back as the nature.
Welcome back. As the NATO-Russia Council meets today in Brussels to discuss the growing tensions over Ukraine, Netherlands, and Kazakhstan, I'm joined from Chevy Chase in Maryland by former senior U.S. government advisor Edward Luttwak, author of seminal works like Coup d'etat, A Practical Handbook, and The Rise of China versus the Logic of Strategy. Thank you so much, Dr. Luttwak, for coming on. I've got to begin by just asking you what you think the Biden administration is up to. I mean, there's reports of arms for a coup in Bolivia, the TPLF in Ethiopia, support for continued bombing, armed support in Gaza, in Syria. Now the threat of massive consequences against Russia over Ukraine, with some people saying alleged U.S. involvement in events in Kazakhstan. Is the Biden administration out of control?
A lot of this is fiction. What's happening in Bolivia is exactly nothing that has anything to do with the U.S. Zero.
Can I just interrupt there? Can I just interrupt there? Because the president of Bolivia was on this program.
Thank you very much.
Well, I just think President Arce was on this program a few weeks ago telling us about U.S. involvement.
If you look me up, you'll find that I have been living in and out of Bolivia for the last 19 years. I have a ranch, and this is pure fantasy. The U.S. government is absent. Absent, completely absent. He doesn't do anything. But the Bolivian president wants to divert attention and so on, which surprises me because it's quite a competent presidency, which is doing rather well. So actually, it's a bit mysterious why they want to create a distraction when actually they do not need a distraction at all. It's very sound policies there. So let's move Ukraine. Simple point. Russia is bluffing about Ukraine because if you wish to enter the Ukraine, you don't need 180,000 or something like that. You need about 600,000. And the Russian army doesn't have 600,000. But Putin's strategy is to simply apply pressure. And like in Georgia, he went biting Georgia until the Georgians got the message, found the president who was deferential to Moscow in a reasonable way, and then they stopped biting Georgia. That is their method. The revanchism of Putin is not one of these hot-headed, screaming things. That's left to demagogues, internet stars. He waits patiently for ripe fruit to fall into his lap. He got Ossetia, Abkhazia, Crimea because they were ripe fruit and he had to do almost nothing. Ukraine is not ripe. So if you wish to ripen it, having less than 200,000 troops there will not do the job. You will need to have a much bigger commitment. Now, as for the U.S. has no intention of sending an army to the Ukraine to stop any Russian entry.
Well, obviously you don't know what you're talking about. Because they're sending an army.
I have 4 foods you can never bring in your house, and I'd like to see if you agree.
We had an appointment in Susquehanna.
Global News has learned a Canadian has just been arrested by the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Stay out of Afghanistan.
Last week, I told you about a little reported immensely because
On Saturday, Glenn Youngkin became the first Virginia Republican since 2009 to assume statewide office, vowing at his swearing-in ceremony to restore Virginians' trust in government. The governor got right to work. Within hours, Youngkin issued 11 executive orders, one of which will, quote, investigate wrongdoing in Loudoun County, and another will, quote, restore excellence in education by ending the use of divisive concepts, including critical race theory in public education.
The new governor is already hitting back at critics of his administration. Here he is defending his CRT ban on Fox News Sunday.
we're not going to teach our children to view everything.
Look at that. Everything was saying. I send my kid to be taught math, English, language, how to read, how to write. Don't.
And joining Novak Djokovic saga has placed the world's gaze firmly on Australia and our failed COVID-0 strategies. With tens of thousands of cases being recorded every day in Australia and some of the highest levels of COVID cases per capita, the world is increasingly mocking our COVID response. They used to praise it, no longer.
Tensions are once again simmering in West Asia. It started after Yemen's.
Well, welcome back. We have some new developments we want to share with you in the Ghislaine Maxwell federal case. According to a January 12th letter sent to the federal judge presiding over the case, her name is Loretta Preska, Maxwell will no longer fight to keep the names of 8 John Doe secret and instead will leave it to the court to decide. The names stem from a 2015 defamation case brought by accuser Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell. And although that civil case was settled back in 2017, Maxwell had been fighting for several years to keep the judge from unsealing those.
fake news media are masters at burying the lead.
How strong is the West's resolve when it comes to Ukraine? A steady diet of diplomacy so far failing to lift the uncertainty over Vladimir Putin's true intentions when it comes to those 100,000 troops amassed at the border after Kiev. Germany's new foreign minister in Moscow this Tuesday. What does Annalena Baerbock bring to the table? She's a Green in a coalition led by the Social Democrats. How far will new Chancellor Olaf Scholz push? Olaf Scholz.
Okay.
Our top focus at this hour, Western countries fear that Russia is preparing a pretext for a new assault on Ukraine. While Moscow denies any plans for an attack, it has signaled an unspecified military action unless the West agrees to its demands. Amid this Russian aggression, Kiev has asked Western countries for arms to help it protect itself. NATO allies are aligning with Kiev and identifying ways to assist the Ukrainian government. After Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the outbreak of the war in East
website attached to the World Economic Forum website. Now, the entire idea behind it is that COVID has been so disruptive that in the Western world, it's exposed all the problems we thought we'd never see politically, economically, and socially. Things like healthcare, finance, energy, education. You get it. In short, it claims that Western capitalism is the root cause of all these problems, and there needs to be, according to the website, a reset if the system is needed. So are President Biden enough time to fix all of the problems exposed by COVID? Or did he never have the chance and the Great Reset is basically the only solution left? Well, joining us to duke it out on everything Joe Biden and this past year, we're joined by our political power panel, Ed Martin, president of Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, and Jonathan Harris, Democratic strategist and commentator. Gentlemen, I know we're going to play nice tonight. I've been very excited by this. Jonathan, you're up first since you're kind of on the defensive here. And I want to point out as well, there was also an uptick in crime, gas prices, tensions internationally. The list does go on. Did President Biden ever really have a chance? Was he biting off more than he could chew? There's also calls, for example, like from Rep. Ro Khanna about kind of cleaning house of Joe Biden's cabinet, starting with the CDC director. Your take, Jonathan.
I don't know. I mean, I think it has a lot to do with the way you see things. I mean, Biden has been in office less than a year, and we've got over 6 million jobs. With Bush, Biden having to do it with Trump. But I think in 364 days, he's accomplished quite a bit.
Now, Ed, I know you disagree with all of that, but let me tell you this. It is very easy to point the finger and say that Democrats don't get anything done, even if they are in charge of every branch. However, Republicans have done the same act too. You saw when Republicans had Trump, the House and Senate, they didn't get anything done either. Can we finally go with my theory? It's all a bunch of baloney. They don't want to change anything because both sides, when problems get solved, people stop getting paid. Am I right?
Well, I actually want to join Jonathan right now in extolling the list of what Joe Biden has done, because a lot of what's happening is not going through Congress. And, people don't notice Joe Biden as president has nominated and confirmed a lot of judges, a lot of federal judges, not the Supreme Court, but a lot of other ones. He's loading the Fed with leftists. I mean, far left people going nominated to the Fed. The bureaucrats. By the way, there's not a single intelligence leak anymore. They leaked on Trump the whole time. The intelligence community pretty darn happy with what's going on. You would say to yourself, is that good for America? Here's where Jonathan and I disagree. We've never seen a president be this inept. He acts like a senator, not a president. He says whatever he thinks is right and expects everyone to salute. He doesn't try to make a deal. Donald Trump went up to the Capitol Hill and made a deal on prison reform that I didn't like as a conservative. He made it with all sorts of lefties. Why? Because he wanted to get something done. Biden just stands up there and says, "You're racist if you disagree." He's the guy paddling around with Strom Thurmond, walking around saying Strom Thurmond's great, and now he's calling me Bull Connor. This guy is the worst possible person. All of his people in the cities.
I'm going to push back on you on that one. He was President Joe Biden meeting with the new saint of the Republican Party, Joe Manchin. Now all of a sudden he's a great Republican pick, even though he's been against you guys from the beginning. What do you say to that? He did meet with him. Jonathan, go ahead.
Joe Manchin. Bipartisan infrastructure. Can we just mention that Biden got bipartisan infrastructure passed and he did it in 300 less than a year, and it took Trump 4 years to talk about it and not do it. So I mean, and again, like I said, bipartisan infrastructure.
But let's go back to right, though. It's not a right point. Joe Biden is meeting with people, Ed, but is he too naive with Senator Joe Manchin? Here's my question. Right. Here's my question. He was always, let's make a deal, Joe. Is that naivete that he has of, hey, we can go in the back room and make a deal like the good old days? Is that gone? Does he need to get rid of that mentality?
Well, look at the people. You guys all swallowed this line that Joe Biden was a great deal maker in the Senate. He was one senator who did things like a crime bill that put African Americans in jail, according to African Americans. Now that he's president, he's not making a deal. He's smacking Manchin, and then he's smacking McConnell, and then he's smacking whoever. Again, look, when you stand up and call half of America racist, when you stand up and say it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated, when you stand up and say Fauci is a great guy, when no one trusts him, no matter what you think, he's been uneven at best. And the point here is the country needed Uncle Joe to unite us. Instead, he's literally slapping half the country every day of the week.
So with that, you kind of get a little bit of a victory lap today, because if we're going to judge by the polls, it is showing that a lot of those independent voters, even some Democrats, are kind of steering over to the right side, which we do see this in the midterms every year. We always see this where whoever won it goes to the opposite. But Jonathan, for those Democrats that might have lost some of those Republican votes, you got about 9 months to get them back. How are you going to do it?
Well, so much in there. With so much in there.
He's not.
I just want to say, like, it's so important to smack down that lie about Joe Biden and the crime bill and putting black people in jail. The crime bill dealt with incarceration at the federal level, and most incarceration occurs at the state level. That's been debunked several times. That's a lie. It's important then to get to your question, Farron. They do have 9 months, and I think if the Democrats run on what they've done, and like I said, bipartisan infrastructure, the country back open, 6 million jobs added, and unemployment now is in the 3% range. Biden talking about what he's done, tapping the reserves to help with gas prices getting out of control, and just continuing on that trajectory. My issue is that he has a problem with messaging. It's like a tree falling in the forest. If nobody hears it, does it make a sound? He's done an incredible amount of work. My co-panelist has proven okay. If you leave that messaging up to the right, they're going to lie about it. I mean, that's what they're going to do. That's what the right, the Republican Party is fundamentally dishonest. They're the Republican Party. And Biden has done a lot of work, but he's not doing the messaging. And so in the next 9 months, to answer your question, they've got to get their messaging back on track and show the country, did you miss the lockdowns? Did you miss businesses being closed? Did you miss the curfews? If you did, then you like the Trump administration. If you like being able to go out to bars and restaurants and concerts and your kids being back in school, then you like the Biden administration. It's very simple.
Gentlemen, I promise you we're going to bring you both back, and I'm going to do the same game that we did last time, but I got to run. Great to see you gentlemen both. Thank you so much. In a rare display of cooperation between two superpowers currently at odds, you have Russian authorities. Well, they've taken down a notorious ransomware crime group at the request of the United States. RTL's Alex Mihailovich has the story.
It is not a secret that tensions are high between the United States and Russia. But when it comes to fighting crime, the two countries have shown that they can still work together. This past Friday, that was made clear when, at the U.S.'s request, Russian authorities dismantled a notorious ransomware crime group known as REvil. REvil is accused of spreading computer viruses and extorting money from businesses. The footage seen here is from Russia's FSB Domestic Intelligence Service, and it shows the takedown of REvil members in an operation that ultimately seized an equivalent of $600,000 worth of rubles, computer equipment, and 20 luxury cars. In all, 25 addresses were searched in the multi-region sting operation, which was conducted by the FSB and local authorities. According to the FSB, the investigative measures were based on a request from the United States. The Organized Criminal Association has ceased to exist, and the information infrastructure used for criminal purposes was neutralized. REvil members have been charged and could face up to 7 years in prison. This past November, the U.S. offered a reward of up to $10 million for information leading to the identification or location of anyone holding a key position in the ransomware crime group. High-profile companies such as Apple and the world's biggest meatpacking company, JBS SA, have been targeted by REvil. The FSB says the notice it received from American authorities spoke about the leader of the criminal organization and his involvement in attacks on the information resources of foreign technology companies by planting harmful programs, encrypting information, and demanding money for its de-encryption. Last July, Russian President Vladimir Putin said that Russia is ready and willing to work with Washington to target cybercrime and hacker rings. According to him, special data sharing channels already exist between officials in both nations. While the recent operations show that the U.S. and Russia can work together even in times of disagreement, it also sends a message that ransomware criminal activity will not be tolerated on Russian soil. For News on RT America, I'm Alex Mihailovich.
Crazy stuff here. AT&T and Verizon, they are slated to roll out their 5G networks as soon as tonight. However, the Federal Aviation Administration says this could pose a serious threat to airport procedures. Now, the agency believes that actually the networks could cause several issues, such as preventing Boeing airplanes from stopping as they land on the runway. Independent journalist Ashley Banks tells us more.
AT&T and Verizon announced the launch of their 5G wireless service slated to take place later this week. However, the Federal Aviation Administration believes this poses a serious risk for flights. The agency is requiring Boeing to adopt new safety procedures for its 787 model because it believes the 5G network will interfere with the aircraft and could prevent it from stopping on the runway during landing. While telecom companies and the Federal Communications Commission say 5G doesn't pose a threat to aviation, the FAA says more study needs to be conducted. The FAA says 5G may interfere with altimeter, a measuring device that detects an aircraft's height above the ground. Pilots use this information during landings when they have poor visibility. The agency said in a statement, aircraft with untested altimeters or that need retrofitting or replacement will be unable to perform low visibility landings where 5G is deployed. In order to curb some concerns, the FAA has designated 50 U.S. airports to be equipped with buffer zones. They require wireless companies to turn off their 5G transmitters to limit interference. This will start this week and will last until early July. The airports that will be equipped with these buffer zones include LaGuardia and JFK, located in New York, Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey, O'Hare and Midway International Airports located in Chicago, and Los Angeles International Airport. According to reports, the FAA could make similar announcements for Boeing's other plane models in the coming days. Reporting in Washington, Ashley Banks.
Still had an RT special breaking down the full story of the infamous Ghislaine Maxwell like you've never heard or seen it before. You do not want to miss it. In the meantime, make sure you download our portable TV app where you can catch everything from this show or any other one on this network. We've also got live sports and a whole lot more 24/7 in the palm of your hand because it's TV as it's meant to be. We'll be right back. As Ghislaine Maxwell remains in federal custody awaiting her fate, whatever fate that may be, we take a look back on the life and times of a woman who lived in luxury, mixing in with the powerful and elite in her social life. Well, now she's trading in her designer clothing for a prison jumpsuit as she faces spending the rest of her life behind bars. Here's RT's John Height.
There's a quote from Proverbs in the Bible reading, "Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall." Well, if there was one thing Ghislaine Maxwell wasn't short of, it was pride. The British socialite epitomized the lifestyle of the rich and famous, rubbing elbows with the powerful and elite. From Bill Clinton and Donald Trump to Elon Musk and every kind of celebrity, musicians, actors, royalty. The cameras adored her, but it's also been said that all glory is fleeting. The pictures of Maxwell with her diamonds and gowns sparkling in the spotlight have been replaced by muted courtroom sketches, an extraordinary life and an extraordinary downfall. The daughter of British media tycoon Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine lived a privileged life. The ninth child born on Christmas Day in 1961, her brother Ian Maxwell said their father nicknamed Ghislaine Sprat, as in a tiny fish. Her youth was like a fairy tale. Growing up in the 50-room mansion, Headington Hill Hall in Oxford, England, the Maxwells had private jets, helicopters, nannies, maids, and butlers, royalty without the official title. Ghislaine was often a fixture at her father's lavish parties, or sitting beside him at football matches. Robert Maxwell would name his 189-foot super yacht Lady Ghislaine after his beloved youngest child. It's on his yacht, in perhaps a cruel twist of fate, that the famed and feared Elder Maxwell would meet his demise, falling overboard into the Atlantic Ocean off the Canary Islands in 1991. His death and the ensuing pension fund scandal involving Maxwell's company would devastate his family. It's around this time, also in 1991, and perhaps another cruel twist of fate, that Ghislaine Maxwell would meet a young hedge fund manager named Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell and Epstein would develop an intimate relationship. They would vacation together in Europe, go on ski trips. Later, even after being lovers, they remained very close. Maxwell has been described as Epstein's business partner, properties manager, closest advisor, and friend. They would tend to his ranch in New Mexico, luxuriate at his mansion in West Palm Beach, and on his private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Little St. James Island, later dubbed Pedophile Island. She even lived at Epstein's Upper East Side townhouse in Manhattan, where Epstein's bizarre artwork included this painting of Bill Clinton in a dress. And it's at all of these locations where the luxurious world of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, full of yachts and parties and powerful people connected to their social network, would also be described by their victims as a torturous nightmare, saying they were preyed upon by Maxwell and sexually abused by Epstein.
I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand, and I've been fighting that very world to this day, and I won't stop fighting. I will never be silenced until these people are brought to justice.
Virginia Roberts Giuffre has been one of Maxwell and Epstein's most vocal and prominent victims, saying she met Maxwell and Epstein as a teenager while working at Mar-a-Lago, describing years of torment and abuse at their hands and others. Giuffre says Maxwell and Epstein forced her to have sex with Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, when she was just 17 years of age, alleging Andrew knew she was underage, like most of the young and poor girls who prosecutors say Maxwell and Epstein preyed upon. Andrew has adamantly denied the allegation, saying he doesn't even remember meeting her or taking a photo with her in Maxwell's London home.
You can say categorically that you don't recall meeting Virginia Roberts, dining with her, dancing with her at Trump, or going on to have sex with her in a bedroom in a house in Belgravia.
I can absolutely categorically tell you it never happened.
Do you recall any kind of sexual contact with Virginia Roberts then?
None.
Any other time?
None whatsoever.
But this disastrous BBC interview in 2019 certainly did not help Andrew. He's now the subject of a potential criminal lawsuit by Giuffre, the Queen stripping Andrew of his official military titles and roles and his work with charities. But Andrew is not the only name snared in Maxwell's alleged web of lies and deceit. Her victims have named others who they said were part of the years of sex trafficking and abuse. From criminal defense attorney and former Epstein lawyer Alan Dershowitz to former U.S. Ambassador, Energy Secretary, and New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, and even former Israeli Prime Minister and longtime Epstein and Maxwell friend Ehud Barak, all of whom have denied the accusations against them, and all of whom are among the rich and powerful names in Epstein's little black book of contacts. Robert Maxwell had deep ties to Israel. Born Jewish, he was long rumored to be a Mossad agent. Buried on the Mount of Olives in Israel, his funeral was attended by then Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir and President Chaim Herzog. While Jeffrey Epstein may have also had ties, both public and secret, to Israel, his death would not receive the same royal treatment. The building on top of the island there, that's Epstein's main residence. On July 28, 2019, I visited Epstein's notorious Little St. James Island, getting a closer look by sea and by land. In fact, I was the last journalist to step foot on Little St. James Island before Epstein's death. 2 weeks later, on August 10, 2019, guards at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan would find Epstein's lifeless body in his jail cell. His death ruled a suicide.
All right, welcome back. It is that time. Let's say hello to Mike Epple, see how he's doing today. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you. How are you? Good morning.
Doing all right. You're all dug out, right? Everything's good?
Yeah, did a little bit more yesterday, actually.
Okay, and the back's doing all right.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, forearms are a little bit sore, you know.
I hear you.
Yeah, the gun show.
Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. All right.
Got my workout in.
I don't even know how to transition out of that. Let's talk about it.
Move along, nothing to say.
Yes. Our inflation rate, you've been warning us here, Mike. Today, you're going to be watching these numbers. We should not be surprised at how high this level is going to be.
Yeah, I think everybody knows it, though, right? Melanie, we've seen it when we fill up the gas tank or go to the grocery store or pretty much buy any consumer item. Things have gone up in price over the past year. And the December inflation rate is probably going to be up around 5%. It's going to be the highest in a couple of decades. And what this means is that interest rates are going to go up because the Bank of Canada, the central bank, has a mandate. Its basic one and only task is to keep inflation close to 2%. So inflation is well above that. So what do you have to do? You have to raise interest rates to, that's one of the, and it's only policy lever to pull prices back to a more normal level. I've always argued about this, though, Melanie, prior to all of this. Prices go up 2% every year on average, and wages go up. And at the end of the day, are you really ahead? Anyway, you know what I'm saying? So regardless, the price for everything is going up here, and it's kind of interesting that on this day, we're actually for January, we're seeing the highest price for oil in 7 years, north of $86 per barrel. And the price of the pump's not expected to change tonight, interestingly enough, but oil prices are expected to keep on going up because global demand is going up this year. That's the forecast, and supply is held steady. Last year, we didn't see a lot of new inputs into the energy trade, and we're switching to electric vehicles and the push toward that over the next decade or so. That's going to cause some volatility in the market, to say the least, as the energy transition continues, and the expectation is that in the short term, oil prices are going to keep climbing. A year and a half ago, you couldn't give the stuff away, and now look at it.
I know. Let's stay with a high price tag, shall we? Let's go to the grocery store. Go no further than there. I remember there's this. I think it's like a TikTok video that's going around. It's like $50 what it used to get you, and what $50 gets you now. And it is a significant difference. We laugh about it, but we've got some real issues behind.
What else are you going to do?
Yeah.
What else can you do but laugh? Same thing for real estate, right? The expectation, the worry, the concern with the vaccine mandate in effect for the trucking industry, plus the Omicron variant is, affecting every industry from a staffing shortage perspective. People are going in sick, and that is disrupting the supply chain. Oh, we're that for. and it's going to start showing up likely at your grocery store level. Now, again, I think it's going to be store specific, Melanie. You know, I'm already starting to see some things on, like you say, social media. Oh, shelves are bare. And then you go to your own store and things look fine. So it depends on where the produce is coming from, what it is you're looking to buy specifically. Time of year factors into this as well. January is not exactly a fine supply time for fruits and vegetables. Let's face it, not being grown here at this time of year. So, you know, there are the vagaries, but the Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers is saying that we could see some supply shocks at the grocery level. And hey, we went from toilet paper and bin buying and all that kind of stuff, and now we're in another phase of this. What wave are we in, by the way? 4 or 5? I think track. Is this technically 5? Okay. I was wondering about that this morning.
Yeah, it depends on who you talk to, I guess, with their metrics, right? But anyway, all right, be well.
And then the sixth sense.
Oh, jeez. We'll leave it at that. Bye, Mike. Have a great day.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
There's nothing worse than an overcrowded airplane. So imagine Kai Forsyth's surprise when his plane.
Okay.
New Year's Eve.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday.
Hello, everyone. This is Lee.
So, Mr. Speaker,
It must be the very tough journey for this. We're told.
Bobby, what's on your radar?
There's big news.
Bobby, what's on your radar?
There's big news. Late last week, the Supreme Court blocked President Biden's vaccine mandate for private workers from going into effect. The vote was 6-3 with all the conservative-leaning justices, that's Roberts, Alito, Kavanaugh, Thomas, Gorsuch, and Barrett, voting to halt the mandate, and the liberals, Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan, voting to let it go into effect. Separately, the court allowed the federal government's vaccine mandate for healthcare workers to take effect. This is a much narrower mandate that only applies to Medicare and Medicaid-funded hospitals and medical facilities. This decision was 5-4 with Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh siding with the liberals. The federal government, specifically the Department of Health and Human Services, did have the power to require vaccination of medical staff because it protects the health of patients. The Biden's far-reaching OSHA enforced requirement that 84 million private sector employees either get vaccinated or get tested constantly on their own dime. Well, that mandate is halted, and in the majority decision, the justices get every indication they intend to strike it down entirely.
This store might look quite ordinary, but look around, and you will see no employee or checkout counter. This is the Sparrow's Smart Store, where you can just pick up something you need and leave.
Applicants are likely to succeed on the merits of their claim that the Secretary lacked authority to impose the mandate, wrote Kavanaugh in the majority decision. Administrative agencies are creatures of statute. They accordingly possess only the authority that Congress has provided. The Secretary has ordered 84 million Americans to either obtain the COVID-19 vaccine or undergo weekly medical testing at their own expense. This is no everyday exercise of federal power. Kavanaugh goes on to note the law gives OSHA its power does not permit the agency to prescribe broad public health measures, just health measures that specifically relate to the workplace. COVID-19 is not specifically a workplace hazard. There are all sorts of environments outside the workplace where one could encounter COVID-19. The vaccination isn't some temporary workplace safety measure. Construction workers, for instance, can remove their hard hats when they're at home, but they obviously will be able to unvaccinate themselves. Vaccine status isn't something you can just turn off. You're either unvaccinated or you're vaccinated forever. It is telling that OSHA, in its half-century of existence, has never before adopted a broad public health regulation of this kind, wrote Kavanaugh, addressing a threat that is untethered in any causal sense from the workplace. In his concurring opinion, Justice Gorsuch wrote that this court is not a public health authority, but it is charged with resolving disputes about which authorities possess the power to make the laws that govern us under the Constitution and the laws of the land. According to Gorsuch, it is clearly the Congress and the states that possess the power to impose broad public health mandates like vaccination. Neither Biden nor OSHA can simply declare it. Legislatures have to act. Democrats want a vaccine mandate. The Democratic legislators have to propose legislation that includes one. They can't just pretend that the power to impose it already exists under previous laws that were clearly never intended to be read that way. My colleague in Reason Magazine, Jacob Sullivan, explained in his article about the decision. So liberals disagreed. They did not see COVID-19 as especially different from other workplace hazards. COVID is, to quote the dissent, an infectious disease that has already killed hundreds of thousands and sickened millions. That's most easily transmitted in the shared indoor spaces that are the hallmark of American working life. It is perverse, given these circumstances, to read the Act's grant of emergency powers in the way the majority does, as constraining OSHA from addressing one of the gravest workplace hazards in the agency's history. But of course, OSHA can address COVID-19 in the workplace. It just needs new and explicit orders from Congress to do so. Democrats want to force these kinds of measures on people. They need to run for Congress on an explicit platform of forcible vaccination. They need to win office, and then they need to pass legislation. That's how the system is supposed to work. Now, of course, in practice, they can't do that because there isn't enough popular support for a nationwide vaccine mandate. According to Economist YouGov polling, Biden's vaccine mandate barely cleared 50% overall. And that was back in the fall when it was more apparent that perhaps widespread vaccination could hold back cases. Today, as Americans contend with the Omicron wave, which has seen thousands of vaccinated people catch COVID-19 anyway, there's much less justification for forcing someone to get vaccinated in order to protect other people in their workplace. Those people can obviously contract COVID anyway. The vaccine is about protecting the health of the person who gets the vaccine by reducing the odds that that person will visit the hospital or die. You protect yourself from COVID by getting vaccinated, not by forcing this choice on someone else. The Biden administration is clearly frustrated that they have had no better luck controlling COVID cases than the Trump administration is now increasingly resorting to desperate plans. Feeling sick, possibly with COVID? Now you can order a test from the federal government, and the Postal Service will ship it to you in just 7 to 12 days. As the New York Times concedes that it's likely to be after the Omicron peak has already passed, obviously likely to be after someone is possibly recovered from the symptoms that caused them to seek the test in the first place. So the government should realize that it can't test its way out of the pandemic. It can't mandate its way out of the pandemic. It can't mask or lock down or socially distance its way out of the pandemic. Government leaders can and should encourage vaccination and booster shots as an individual health measure. Your vaccine protects you from severe hospitalization and death. If you're vaccinated, your eventual experience with COVID, because a spoiler, you can and will get it at some point, will be mild. It overwhelmingly likely to be mild. It truly will be just the flu. That's kind of the best we can do, and we need to admit it. So I think we were not surprised to see the vaccine mandate halted and likely to be struck down entirely. I agree with the decision, and I see how maybe you disagree with the decision, but it's not a crazy decision. They're just saying that, look, the law that governs OSHA did not intend for this eventuality. We're not saying that under no circumstances would you do a vaccine mandate. We're just saying the agency doesn't clearly have the authority to do that. The legislature would need to give it more authority.
Yeah, you could see how it could be a stretch to shoehorn the policy in through OSHA, right? It was clearly what they were doing. On the other hand, workplaces are indeed a significant source of spread because that's where people are together. You have two major sources of spread. One being home, and two being at work. Obviously, you can't prevent people from being at home. So what was the first thing that was done to address the pandemic at the beginning? They shut down as many workplaces as they possibly could. And it did slow the spread, just by, in fact, when epidemiologists talk about the way that a virus evolves and creates new variants that are more transmissible but weaker, one of the reasons for that is that all animals and humans, it's not just that they die much faster if a virus is much stronger, and therefore a virus doesn't want to evolve to be too strong because it kills all of us. Right. It's also if it makes you super sick, then you stay home. You don't spread it. So we have known for millennia that social distancing does work to some degree, but that's the question. We're talking about the degrees. It's interesting to think what would happen if Obama had replaced RBG and replaced everything. Yeah, that's yeah. For OSHA. So they were going to see a lot of 6-3s for a very long time. Yeah. That would have been 5-4 had RBG made a different decision, and if, say, the Democrats had lost the Senate in 2014, we'll be living with that for decades. It could be 7-2. Breyer might, he's not going, it looks like is not inclined to take his moment to retire. The moment is now. The moment
window is getting very, very small for him to retire and be replaced by someone who shares his judicial philosophy. In fact, that window is going to be gone. It's got less than a year. And I think it's not expected that he is going to retire, but I don't know. they got a really strong argument. He just wants to keep letting minority opinions until he dies. Yeah, an ever shrinking minority. But it's, and again, so I think the case for, going back to me, I think the case for forcible vaccine has gotten worse because it's just, I know it is, you're less likely to spread it, but you can still, if it's truly the case that you're vaccinated so you can't spread it to anyone else, then you see how someone could construct an argument that we need to force vaccination in the workplace to protect you, or to protect the vulnerable, whatever. But now it's like it's just spreading regardless. So
The rule bus number of break crews, which certainly makes it harder to make the case. I think it would have failed no matter what.
Yeah.
Because of the lead of the court here. Countries, I think, just going to continue to be increasingly unknown.
Anyway, Congress is broken, so you can't pass legislation anyway because Congress is broken. But that's not the Supreme Court's fault. Congress is broken.
Supreme Court, Citizens United, they had a significant piece
Okay.
of the blame for Congress.
Right over that. Well, we would need more time to discuss that next time. Okay. I'm looking forward to what's on your radar coming up next.
Got it.
What would you call a new crispy chicken sandwich made by Subway sandwich experts? With seasoned chicken.
The Prime Minister has conceded Australians are frustrated with the handling of the Omicron outbreak over summer, but Scott Morrison has avoided taking any further responsibility for the ongoing shortage of rapid antigen tests. Today, the government announced rebates for backpackers and students as it tries to fill workforce shortages.
The Treasurer walking the halls, a Prime Minister addressing the nation, both as the government under pressure. The style. Should we